And I got to switch the overlay thingy. There we go. Yay, I did it. Hey, what's up, everybody? How are we doing? Okay.
Oh, we did start. Okay.
Officially right now, and it's recording, not streaming. It's so hard to remember to do that. And you see the red dot, and you're like, am I streaming right now? So this is a bonus session because we're going to be missing the week of Thanksgiving that I'm going to post on for Patreon first and for Spotify second, and then finally YouTube last. The opposite, I think, of what I usually.
Thank God I told my Twitch audience yesterday there'd be a stream today.
Well, so see, that's what happens when you're a bad DM and a poor communicator as a human, you know? But I figure, hey, listen, we spend a lot of time shitting on Spotify and they deserve it. But every once in a while, you have to aim well enough to not shit directly in their mouth.
They don't deserve it yet.
Oh, yes. They can't see it because they're on Spotify, so they don't see what you're referencing. Wait, can you get Jake? Do you want to give us a
Distractible on Spotify?
Or that works. Now, what do you mean by yet? Are you alluding to something, Wade?
Well, eventually, one day they're going to kick us out.
Are you sure?
Yes, one day they'll actually watch one of our episodes, one of our podcasts, and be like, we don't want this.
That, or you guys could be like the Senate and just be like 78 years old, up for re-election, and get a new contract.
I mean, hey.
Like, oh, my teeth today.
If there's one thing I've shown over the years, is I will do anything for $1. All
right. Well.
For those of you listening, I'm holding up a sarcasm sign. For those of you watching, it's invisible.
Nice.
All right. Nice. All right. Where we last left off, you guys were in the Chev for like 7 sessions. Had like 3 conversations.
Always 7 sessions.
Got really drunk. Somehow Koa outdrank Aldo. I understand that he's like young and virile or whatever it is. He's a big beefy boy.
Bingo!
With a thick con.
Bingo! 10-minute delay and it got virile.
Right away.
I mean, I didn't say nubile. I said young, but I suppose I just said it right now anyway.
There it is! Double bingo!
All right. Should I also say it's only going to be a 4-hour session?
Oh boy.
That's on the bingo sheet, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. I don't have it up because it,
Cool.
It was fun.
So you guys leave Harrod after you're in Shahid plus 1 extra day. You end up leaving Harrod, leaving behind Cleven under the watchful eye and grandiose tutelage of Elliot.
He's an adult. He doesn't need a parent. He needs a friend. And Elliot seemed like a decent friend.
You know what? Honestly, that was like a really, really good take. No notes. You guys leave, the 3 of you with your 17 horses, your cart, and Ashanti, heading back to the crack. I know that it's not a terribly long. Actually, no, you're not in Westwood. Are you swinging through Westwood for any reason, or are you just going straight back to the ruins?
The only reason we would is if we're expecting mail or something, right?
Yeah, that would be the only reason. How long of a detour would that be?
You actually you have good reason to go through Westwood because it allows you to kind of like hide where your tracks are as you're going up to the ruins.
All right, DM wants us to go to Westwood. I guess that's where we'll go.
No, this is what you've done every time before.
I'm joking.
It allows you to also take a rest there if you would like, as the miles line up perfectly. That you can get there in 1 day's travel, allowing you to rest there if you wanted to. But you can also bypass.
We do have no estate here to sleep at, so we could.
You do own property, but you're going to go there and find people camping on it, claiming squatters' rights?
And then we camp next to
them.
Squatter fight.
All right, so we're going to Westwood, and then while we're there, we're going to swing past our land.
Yep.
I think that's all it is, right? Land?
It's just land. It's right next to
the giant. There's a hole or something, right?
Yeah.
A tunnel?
Yeah.
Isn't the tunnel where we tortured Wint? Or cured Wint?
I think he was on the other end of the tunnel, which doesn't connect. It was like dug from 2 sides and never met in the middle. But yes, the other side is, yes. Cool. So you guys are going to travel to Westwood. The journey there is going to be uneventful. The weather is calm. Hold on, what is the date again? I gotta click because it's gonna be technically one more day. So advance a day, or actually is it 2 more days? Okay, Dolan the second. As a reminder, Dolan is late summer, so this is a mild late summer day. Sure, it's rather humid. It's uncomfortable. Wearing armor is uncomfortable for your characters if you're choosing to do so. But overall, it's just a pretty mellow day. Fairly uneventful. Were there any conversations y'all wanted to have amongst yourselves or with Ashanti as you're making your quick trek to Westwood? Seems like no.
Not for me.
Cool.
Yeah, nothing that stands out.
Perfect. When you guys make your way back to Westwood, arriving there, as a reminder, Westwood is a pretty sleepy town. As one very small town center. There's a few buildings in it that are worth noting. Otherwise, it's just several buildings that are there. And for the most part, just farmland kind of all around, including the lands that you would have owned. So that you do own would have been farmland if there was like an estate ever built there. In that center town, there is an inn that happens to be there where I think one day of the week, ladies and gents of the night are available for transactional entertainment and companionship. But otherwise, and that's across the street. So there's an inn across from the tavern, and then there's also a nearby shop where y'all had been able to purchase a couple of supplies from before. And finally, because Westwood does lie between Hodgwen and Meshtez down in Paradel, there are a decent number of wagons or merchants that do pass through the area. I bring this up because, again, staying in Westwood is relatively uneventful. Obviously, you can pop into the bar and have a beverage at the bar, the bartender, if you choose to do so. But was there anything you were looking to purchase or get your hands on traveling through here that you're hoping to see coming to or from Hodgwen Meshtez? Or do you feel as though you're adequately well stocked with all the potions you recently found, and so on and so on and so on?
I have no idea what there is in Meshtez because I don't think we've ever shopped here other than getting some health potions from the dude last time.
Yeah, health potions, and we've gotten healers kits. Excuse me, but I think that's it. I think that's all we got here.
Yep. So I mean but I'm saying because the merchants pass through, there could be other things. I'm just posing it. If you have
we'll
nothing
take a
that
look if they've got something cool to look at. Sure.
Flipping this around on you, Wade. If there's something you'd like to have, we can roll to see if they have it accessible. But if there's nothing that you're actively looking for, we don't need to waste
I'm actively
time.
looking for upgrades or good things.
Okay. Then there is nothing you can find as you meander about, kind of like playing with little bits of fabric and switching around a potion.
Any maps of the area or side quests that are for sale?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is a child that says, "I killed my pa.
Don't
killed my mom."
answer, is there anything for sale? And you go, yes, there is a child.
You said side quests. You said
For
side
sale.
quests. Listen, this is Westwood, not Epstein Island. Okay. Where are we?
Okay.
Anything you characters are looking for?
And I kind of wiped it out, honestly.
Do they have potions
I had
of
a
any
train of
kind?
thought.
Do they have potions for sale? Because we were looking for more of like that stone one. I know Ashanti said she could maybe replicate it, or we could do the one thing, but that stone potion or more healing potions, or I don't know if there's specific potions y'all are looking for, but
or
any
more of the,
vanish
volumizers.
potions.
Sorry,
or detect
vanish
magic.
being-
Aren't we out of detect magic or whatever it's called? Identify magic or whatever.
Detect magic, yeah.
Hold on, multiple questions were asked here. So first
Yeah,
one
that's
was
what I'm
about
waiting.
Meld into Stone. Meld into Stone is a 3rd level spell. So that's beyond what Ashanti is able to create out of her own.
Isn't that a different answer than last session? Was it last session?
I said
could
last
do
time.
it.
I said let me look to see if it's possible for her to do it, but she is not able to create that potion. She said I might be able to duplicate it for you, but she can't just full brew it.
Aldo, you two need to spend more time together. You need to level her up.
Yeah, I know.
Doing that
Vanish.
grind.
Vanish is a 1st level potion. Funny enough, it's actually not on the alchemist spell list, which is really weird. But she actually can make vanish potions if need be. She can actually
Okay,
make
cool.
those. And then finally, you guys asked about Meld into Stone 3rd level. Anybody passing by having a Meld into Stone would be pretty rare, Give me 1 second to look that up, and I'll give you an answer. Were there any other items aside from those 2 specific potions you mentioned? Oh, nope. Looks like Meld into Stone
Yes.
is definitely going to be hard to get your hands on. I would say if you roll a D100, pick the number before you roll, whoever's going to look. If you roll that exact number, you can find one. Otherwise, it's a pretty rare potion, and they're insanely expensive.
All right, so we each get to pick a number. We each get to roll. Got it.
Not what I said.
It's going to cost like 50 gold or some shit.
Yeah, we're gonna roll that 1 in 100.
Maybe
Like,
more.
all right, that's a 800.
75 gold?
75 is the ballpark you're looking at for a single one of those.
Yeah.
So that being said, who wants to because that's not a typical alchemist able to brew potion. That is in the hands of like wizardry and whatnot, which is much harder to get your hands on.
How do you guys feel about a 57?
As good as any other number,
Yeah.
except for a couple of them.
About a 3.
Okay, nope. You're not going to be able to
Yeah.
find that, sorry. All right, so that's if you're only looking for 2 different potions, the other one's Vanish. She'll actually be able to help you with the Vanish one. Aldo. That's something that you want to get your hands on?
Yeah, I want to get a few of them, to be honest. Like, because our plan is to try and break into this keep, which we need to go through that house. So, worst case scenario, anyone makes a noise, the guards look over. Hopefully, we might have enough time to pop one of those potions.
Well,
I would also say some moderate.
Vanish would be only 1 round, wouldn't it?
depends
Yeah,
on the level of
but-
the caster.
It's
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm just assuming
One round's
potion would be
better than
minimum.
nothing, I guess.
Well,
We have
let
at
Wade say his
least
thing, then I
one-
can bring something up in RP. Go ahead, Wade.
We have at least 1 invisibility, right? I would say moderate healing as well, just because if we're gonna have that showdown with Beltran anytime soon, having at least a few of those might be handy.
So what are they? They're how much are they?
What?
The moderate,
The moderate healing.
they were like 15 gold, I think, 10 to 15 or something crazy.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive. Let's see, 5 is for normal, so I think 15 is for the next one up. Yeah, and to the other part, which was usually it's at 300, which would normally convert to 30, but I haven't set it 15. And then for the conversation around Vanish specifically, when you bring that up to Ashanti, she's like, I can make you potions. That's not an issue. The issue is the ingredients to make something like that are very expensive. So it's still not going to be inexpensive. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but they don't last very long. They're pretty short-lived. So I can make them for you. It would only take me a couple days to make those for you if we have the ingredients. When did you need them by? And what are you using them for?
Well, I'm thinking that we have them in case where we make some noise trying to get into the Well, to get into the keep, we have to go through somebody's house, and they live there, and it's guarded. So, just as a cool.
Oh, in that case, I can definitely make some potions if need be. But instead of potions, if you'd like, I can put together a couple of my infusions for that. They're a little bit different. They're not as stable as potions are. They're far more volatile. When she sees like either your or Koa's or somebody's eyes widening, she goes, "Not like explosive." And Koa probably didn't even know volatile meant explosive. She goes, "Not explosive." No. By volatile, I mean the composition breaks down very rapidly. They last for a day at most. I can only do so much at once because of how much reagents and whatnot it takes to infuse into to put into the infusions. But I'm pretty sure I could pump out 2 of those, and then you can use those, and those will last a little bit longer. Instead of like a handful of seconds, it'll last you close to half a minute.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that works. But you're coming with us, so you'll probably need one yourself.
She nods and says, I'm not so worried about me. Potions that I make tend to last longer for me anyways. They tend to... I've done so much experimenting on myself before. It reacts better with my body when I drink them. And she kind of says, like, not fully sure how to explain it beyond that, but in the meta, there's a feature where when you drink a potion, you can just use it at your caster level instead of the caster level of the potion that you drank, right?
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Oh, I mean, well, that works, right, guys?
Should, yeah.
I trust your expertise.
It'd be helpful.
She says, well, whoever is the, I suppose, the one that's least likely to get caught or most easily able to get themselves out of a rough situation, I might not be able to make a third infusion, so you'll have to work with a potion as well, if that's okay. And we're going to have to pay for the ingredients, too, for me to make them.
Yeah, I mean, we can get it here in Westwood.
She says, well, don't forget there's the supplies that we're going to pick up from both. What's her name? What the hell's her name?
Guinevere, perhaps.
From Gwen. For the supplies that we're going to pick up from Gwen, as well as the ones we just grabbed that you had found in Rid before. I should be able to use those as needed, but I mean, we could work down those supplies, but we should probably replenish them.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
okay.
when we reach
Makes
for
sense.
when you reach for the salt, you're going to find out your meal is bland.
We often don't have salt when we're traveling.
That's problematic.
Yes.
You know, you can buy it in like rocks and shave off as you need.
No. Well, yes, now, but no.
Reaches in
But
and pulls out a salt rock.
Mikhail's just like, we've been doing that.
I've not seen anyone pull out salt, and the food's been very bland.
Oh, Mikhail, you weren't. You know, Mikhail can do a thing where he can make something taste like something else, right? He's
Well,
been
then why
doing that
haven't
for
you
me
been
for
doing that?
ages
Because
now.
the cooking itself has been terrible.
Well, you keep grabbing your bowl early before I use it on the cook pot. That's why yours is bland. I'm not going to put the whole salt rock in there.
Might need to. Sorry, that was
Free
rude.
folk are all dying of high cholesterol, hypertension.
I'm not sure what those are. There has been some tension up there and down here.
Oh, well.
Cool. So, so she
I did want to check for something else. I don't know if this was done or not.
Go on.
Oh, I was also going to look for, like Jake was saying, detect magic.
Oh, potion.
Because we don't have any. We had those two; they both got used.
And the moderate healing.
Well, we had and the moderate healing. We had one potion that we, what is it, volumized or?
Oh yeah, you're looking for volumizers themselves too.
Yeah, and those two, which I imagine are probably expensive, but I don't know.
She says for the healing one, she informs you. She's like, the book that you found with the alchemist's book that you had with all the supplies that you had. I've been perusing through that, and there is a recipe in there for a more powerful healing potion than I have. If you give me a few days after we settle back into the crack, I should be able to, I suppose, crack the formula, and I might be able to make one of those for you as well. Again, the expenses would have to be covered by your team, but I could, craft that for you if needed.
Based on the potential conflict to come, I'm sure that would be very handy. But we may need more even on top of that, depending on how things go and if it comes down to a major conflict or not.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to work on these things if you'd like. It's just as a reminder, every day that I spend researching those or crafting those are days I'm not able to spend researching the other stuff we're working on. So
the other stuff is more important right now.
I don't disagree in the mid to long term, but if you're talking about one of you not dying, then certainly we can, distract for a day or so, at least for a simpler healing potion. But if you don't want to divert so many days to make the greater one, I understand.
I suppose we'll see how things are going when that time comes.
She nods and says, I'll already be spending time creating the vanish potion, so think on it. As for there was 2 that you mentioned there. She cannot craft detect magic. That's outside of an alchemist's abilities. And then she what was I gonna say? As for purchasing the other ones, why don't you go ahead and roll me a D100 there, Mikhail, to find both of what you're looking for. It'd be odd even if you find one of the 2 that you're looking for. If it's above 50, it's the healing. It's even, so you found the healing potion, not the detect potion, because you rolled an 84.
Yeah.
Okay. You find a merchant coming through town, and the merchant that you see, actually, they recognize your crew walking up before you recognize them even. Because if I remember correctly, it was Koa and Mikhail that kind of emptied them out of healing potions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you're approaching, you're walking up, and they're actively working with another client. And then you can see them kind of like snatch whatever in the other person's hand away, and they immediately turn their attention to you like a jewelry salesman noticing that their best client's walking in the door. And they're like, what is it? The twins have smiled upon me this day. How fate has fortuned me. And fate has fortuned you as well. Clearly, they have worked in your favor. You're here. You're well and looking fantastic.
Oh, thank you. So, are we arriving at an opportune time then?
Quite. I recently acquired new stock and was curious if I'd have to make my trek all the way to Hod Gwen or not. And fortunately, I don't.
Perfect. Well, one of the things we're looking for, I have a feeling you might have a healing potion, but step up from the ones we bought last.
Actually, I think Wade did buy one of the more powerful ones last time.
I thought we just bought a bunch of fucking cure lights, if I
I don't
remember right.
remember. I
There was a
did
heal
get a
kit.
moderate. I had a moderate healing that I used on
Mhm.
something, maybe me, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Then I would say that I bought last time, because I know I bought all
Yeah.
cure light.
Well, as I said, I've filled my stock and then some. Allow me to show you my wares. And they go and they acquire, 2 separate boxes that, have their own like lodges on them and like hay or straw, whatever it is, stuff to keep them from rattling around too much. But they have 5 cure light wounds and 2 cure moderate wounds potions on their person. And then they also pull out another box with 2 other potions there, and they say, and these extend your life even further than they were. That is even further than normal.
What does that mean?
Huh?
It gives you more vitality, more strength of being. It can you bring this into the fight as opposed to necessarily needing it to recover from the fight. With something like this, you very well may take no injury as it is.
Oh. Do you know what spell it's based off of?
They stop and they think for a few moments, and they're like, I don't believe I do. No.
Alibaba's snake oil.
I'll like kind of wave Ashanti over and see if she can make heads or tails of it.
When she starts walking over them and she notices his potions, she comes straight over, and when you like put her attention to that one, she'll like reach to grab it and spend a couple moments like looking at it. Hold on, I dropped my die. Oh man, it almost rolled off the table. Anyways, so she rolls, she looks at it, and she goes, "Ooh, oh, tastes like a rotting cadaver." And then hands it to you, Mikhail, and says, it's necromantic. It's a false life.
I can know what that spell is, but do I need to roll what spellcraft?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know necromancy is.
Yeah, of course, but okay. False life. Okay.
You absolutely know what that is. Important thing to note: false life, great spell. Reminder in the meta of how it works. You roll a d10. You add your caster level to it, the caster level of the person that created it to it. Since it's a 2nd level potion, that's at least a +3. So you have anywhere between 4 to 13 temporary health points that will last you for 3 hours or until discharged. So either up to 3 hours if they're not expended by then. That's a great spell for like if you're going into a rough situation, you need a little extra bolster. However, as a reminder, necromancy is the opposite end of the spectrum from illusion.
Yeah. Which only not a ton of those I have to worry about.
I don't cast any of those.
Well, if you were to drink a
Really?
Vanish Potion while you had False Life on you, that would be a combined spell level of 3, which is a moderate disruption, and requires a check to not have bad stuff happen.
I live in Cincinnati
Right.
and eat Skyline chili on the regular. I live the life of moderate disruptions.
You say that, but Keegan, you've already successfully rolled these before. Actually, no, you have a high enough rank that I don't think you even have to roll for this. Let me see where the rules are for it, because I have it listed in here based off of your ranks of knowledge. Give me one second. It's in the what's it called? The world rules I'm looking at right now. I have the opposing schools bit. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for schools of magic player knowledge. How many ranks do you have in knowledge arcana? 4. Jesus. So you can accurately predict the specific nature of magical disruptions based on levels of spells and schools involved. You have a comprehensive understanding of magical theory and the interplay between different schools of magic, and you can devise complex precautions to minimize risks of combining opposing schools of magic. More or less, you can make it so even though it's a 3, with the correct time and effort or whatever put in place, you can do something that allows it to treat as a 2 instead of a 3, which would be better. As a reminder for what happens when you mix necromancy and illusion, the result of this collision has yet to be studied, but according to the oldest records, even the first practitioners in ancient times, so before the Arcane Congress came about and really started putting this stuff together, knew better than to see what the outcome of this would be. Because do you really want to play with necromancy and see what happens when it goes sideways?
Yeah, and illusion. Yeah, no thanks.
Yep, the rest of them are all understood. That's the one that's like nobody messes with it. That's known publicly that you were trained on. But your character, in theory, could come up with ways to mitigate that concern and bring it down just to a level 2 concern, which still could be bad, but not quite as bad.
Yeah. So she says it's false life, and he goes, "Oh, yeah, that is ooh." That could be an issue if it gets mixed with something like Vanish. Necromancy and illusion don't play well together. Still. How much for this one?
He goes, the vendor that I got this from, let's just say they are infrequently encountered and oftentimes has an additional surcharge because of how far they must transport it themselves to get here. You're like, stop at the selling, just give me the cost. And the cost to that is, he goes, these would be 35 gold a piece. And even she's just like, whew.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's tempting, honestly. Though with some of the other magics we're planning to encounter, it actually could be risky. Do you know how this interacts with illusion?
He says,
He would actually lower his voice to say that if he's not like just projecting it out.
Yeah, he lowers his as well to match yours. It depends on the kind of illusions that you're doing to bring the necrosis with you as you are skulking about with your skullduggery. Well, you can't say skullduggery with a little necrosis, can you?
You certainly can't. But no, what I'm getting at is the disruption between two schools of magic. This one being necromancy means it can have ill effects with illusion. And he'll say things like vanishing or creating like sounds where they shouldn't be.
Says Ashadi cutting you off.
Yeah. 1 second. We'll step off.
Koa, Aldo, you got this for a minute?
I don't know the answer either.
Gives like a half look at Koa and then shakes her head, smiles at Aldo kindly because Aldo said yep and walks off. And steps aside Mikhail while the two of you are like looking at the potions or whatever it is. And she says, Mikhail, I don't think he knows what you're saying.
I was getting ready to change how I was approaching that. I don't think he's practiced.
That's not my point. It's fine if he's a vendor and doesn't practice, but he shouldn't have the correct licensing. You can't just go walking around and, hauling potions off the back of any wagon. You have to have the correct licenses because of the dangers of this. I mean, I know we're outside of Arcane Congress territory technically, but they were traveling through Paradel and in highly populated areas selling who knows what to who knows who. And who's their vendor that's giving them this? That's not a weak spell. That's a powerful spell.
It is. Do you want to know the answers to those questions?
If we were in Paradel, absolutely. The authorities would have to take care of this. Now, mind you, I'm not Perrin, but the Congress has rules for a reason. They apply in Tasian, Paradel, everywhere, right? I mean, again, they're over the line by what, feet? And they're
definitely.
This seems like a dangerous scenario, and one they seem to be entirely unwitting to.
What would you suggest I do?
Make them aware of the dangers of what it is that they're doing, inform them of the fact that they don't have licensing, and then let them know that we need to confiscate these potions off of them for the sake of their safety and everybody else's around them. And then she gives you like a little twinkle in the eye and like a sly look.
Well, that would certainly ensure they never come back. And that, look, if that gets around, it's going to be kind of hard for me to go places, considering where I'm from.
Well, I'm very far from my home. And she says, crossing her shoulders, now like not realizing she's going to have to almost defend her position, because there's not that you're being accusive, but by the very nature of the conversation, you're now the aggressor. She's on the defense. So she kind of crosses her arms in front of her and leans back on her heels and says, besides, what I'm saying isn't untrue. Genuinely speaking, he is putting people's lives into danger. The potions he's selling, he knows what he's selling because they're labeled well. What if the labels were poorly put together? What if he was sold something incorrectly? What if these potions were poorly crafted? Or most importantly, what if he's selling the wrong mix to the wrong people without informing them of the dangers of doing so? Removing them from
Ashanti,
his hands.
You don't have to convince me of what you're saying. I'm concerned what will happen if we do take action as is. I think maybe this will require me not looking like me. Something that not just my talents can help with, but Aldo's as well.
She says, whatever the case may be, I mean, even if we have to buy them off of him, that he shouldn't have these in his hands. Maybe we play it a different way. Maybe we inform him of the situation, let him know the dangers he's bringing, and he gives us a steep discount. And then he's not losing too much. Buy it off of him at cost, she says, shrugging. Though, that's still going to be quite the steep price.
I think we inform him of the dangers, to be friendly, to make certain he knows, what he's handling, and we go away. And then maybe a few inspectors come by
I knew what you meant a moment.
Make good on this.
I was saying as an alternative route.
Yeah, why would I take the route that costs money?
She chuckles and says, well, he's an idiot and should have some degree of punishment for it. So I just don't know how comfortable you are going how far one way or the other. I just honestly want them off out of the hands of somebody who doesn't know.
Yeah, agreed.
Maybe there's another merchant around that can handle this for us. Do you think there's any other... she turns, looking towards the handful of buildings that are there, and says, maybe there's another merchant around that knows...
Not quite. But look, I hear what you're saying. We'll get it handled. I don't know about a degree of punishment. Not really our responsibility. But we can get these off his hands.
Well, it's late. He's probably closing up shop soon. Maybe one way or the other, whether it be they should be taken out of his hands. Not that necessarily have to be stolen. She says again, kind of like trying to be feeling a bit bad about the fact that she made it sound more like thievery, because she's not a bad person, but she genuinely doesn't want them in the wrong hands, right? So anyway, so she backpedals a little bit with the conversation that's there, and then she looks over and says, "Should probably head back. Koa looks like he's about to tell him the group secrets."
We've been traveling around quite a bit, actually. We've been going to various places around Adia, which have been somewhat dangerous, especially.
As she walks over with Mikhail, she's like, she's like,
I'm choking. Help me.
Oh, Koa gets behind, ready to do the Heimlich on Aldo.
It'd be funny if that's actually what was happening as we're walking back up. She's like, Gwen told me, like, that he divulged his secrets too easily, and then we're walking up and he's legitimately being stopped by Aldo. She's not aware of it because she doesn't know his nuances, if you will, like his tells. But Mikhail would probably pick it up immediately as he's approaching.
Yeah, dreadful. Anyway, back to what we were saying. So as they're handling their thing, yeah, he'll just walk back over. God,
my ribs.
Okay, Wade just rolled a natty 1 in a fake Heimlich maneuver check. I think he actually bruised one of Aldo's ribs. Aldo, you can take 1 point of con damage.
Oh, con damage! Jesus Christ!
It heals overnight. You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll be fine in the morning. Just needs 8 hours of sleep.
Shit.
Do you have an even con?
That
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you're level 4.
Yes.
You permanently lose 4 health points until that comes back. Ouch. Anyways, you're good. You'll heal over.
Well, that might distract Mikhail a little bit. So he's like, "Oh gods, Aldo, are you okay?"
He should be now. I successfully performed the maneuver.
I think you broke my rib.
Small price to pay.
But
he says that, but he looks
already
at Mikhail
bruising. Yeah, that's already bruising. But at least you can breathe, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, you might. Well, just go over here. Maybe lean up against something. You don't want to just sit free with that. Nice job, Koa.
Yes, I don't know why he was eating in here, but whatever it was must have dislodged.
Didn't know you were the eating police.
What?
Trying to tell me where I can and can't eat.
Odd choice.
Ashanti's actually going to go and attend to Aldo and be like, Mikhail, you've got that. And is going to take Aldo and take him to the side. She will actually, in fact, take you to the side, Aldo. And because you are actually injured, she's going to tend to you for a couple of minutes, like checking out to see what the injury is. She'll eventually pull something out for you to drink, but we'll get back to that in a second. Let's let Mikhail and Koa do some RP real quick.
As like she's pulling him away, he'll say, "Oh, and let him know what you told me as well."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, kind of as a parting thing.
So as I was saying, we've been traveling around Adia to some dangerous places.
Apologies, Koa. We kind of got interrupted, so I've got to finish what I was telling him.
I also telling him something, but that's fine.
Now you can get back to it. So about this potion, these two can have a pretty terrible interaction. This with another type of potion. It takes a lot of schooling to know this kind of thing, and I understand maybe that's not what you've specialized in. But I'm actually a bit surprised you were able to come all the way through Paradel with it.
They shake their head and say, no. Got through all the inspections, everything that needs to be done to bring only the best to Hod Glen. Only the best. I've got a decent number of patrons, and they're going to be sad if I show up again without having all of my supplies on hand. But, if first to market, and you're here. So.
Is that other person that he waved away still hanging around?
They would have moved on to another shop.
Okay, cool.
Like nearby, but not like necessarily in earshot.
Okay. But yeah, he just kind of he keeps his voice
Is it
down a
right,
little
because
bit
you did a whole
still.
day of traveling. It's later in the day, so other shops are starting to close up too. But I'm sorry, keep going.
Yeah, he just still keeps his voice down a little bit, and he just says, "This couldn't have made it through an inspection." But he's like, "Look, I'm not myself an
I'm
inspector
not
or
sure
anything."
what you're saying. Of course, it can make it through an inspection. It made it through several. You think you can just go marching down the highways of Paradel without? You know what? I actually just realized it is getting a bit late, and perhaps we should meet again in the morning to discuss these things. But for now, it's getting late, and you can't exactly keep your shop open too late in times like these.
He'll cut and
like
say,
this.
"I'm trying to give you a friendly warning.
Oh.
If someone does come through,
Appreciate it, of course."
all right. Maybe the things have changed since I was last home."
Maybe they have, but or some misunderstanding somewhere along the way. But rest assured, I've had all of my ledgers correctly marked. All of my inspections have had, and frankly, I don't think I need to explain that to you. So that being said, good evening, sir. And he looks to Koa and says, "Good evening."
Good evening. I'll finish this story next time.
He will one last interjection say, "Well, just so that we haven't completely wasted your time, the moderate potion here."
Oh yes, that's selling for. I suppose it could go for 20 gold pieces, but for fine gentlemen like yourselves, I suppose I can be returning customers and everything. Happily bring that down to 16 for you.
We paid less than that last time.
It's reagents are hard to get your hands on these days. Wait, go ahead and roll a diplomacy check.
It's kind of solid for that low of a roll.
Honestly, with that line,
1 to 2 back to back.
not that it was I know 1 2. Your next roll's a 3. Not that the line didn't make sense in the context, but for that one line, 10. He says, "Oh, reagents, they're hard to get your hands on. Expenses of everything are always going up. It's the nature of things."
Koa looks to Mikhail because he's the one who said it. It's like, should I pay it?
I don't know. Trying to think. Can I do like a sense motive? I'm trying to think if does paying this now maybe make him a little easier to deal with tomorrow, like in the morning if we come back.
That's a really good idea. I don't know if sense motive is the right one for this. Let me think if there's something better. Is this like this is actually understanding social situations. I actually would want to say diplomacy, because diplomacy like understands like decorum and so on and so forth, right? Like that's
Yeah.
It's a non-active diplomacy. It's almost like a knowledge is what you're rolling for, right?
Cool.
Oh, motherfucker. He pulls out his goddamn instrument. I always forget that your diplomacy is... It
It isn't actually pulling out my instrument. It's like some skills have cross applications.
Yes.
Okay.
And being able to
and that's what
play-
this is.
Being able to
No,
play
being
the
a
piano
performer
makes you better at diplomacy.
No, being a performer is making me better at diplomacy.
Uh-huh. Kills me every time.
Confident speaker.
Scott, we
Yeah.
should play by the rules. Keegan plays by the rules. Scott.
Yes, 100%. Absolutely.
You only hate it because you're interpreting it in like the goofiest way it could be interpreted.
It says perform strings. You're performing strings.
But
You're
it is a
his
class ability
heartstrings.
called versatile performance,
You're
which is
playing
more
his
about
purse strings is what
it
you're playing.
being. Well, I mean, like we could.
But all right, here we are. So yes, 100%. If you engage with him in the future, knowing that you're going to continue to be a reliable client, or more importantly, it's less about you and more about he got sour with you pretty quickly, or standoffish. The cold is the word I want to look for with you. But Koa, he still seemed friendly even with the goodbye. So it's actually making sure Koa stays in the good graces at the very least.
Okay.
So
Then yeah, he'll just go. Yeah, we should. We've taken up enough of his time today.
cool. And then with that specific delivery of a line, I know you began with that, but then finishing with that, that also would paint you in a better light too.
Done and done.
Cool. All right, so you guys give him the 16 gold. You take a cure moderate wounds. As a reminder, it's 2d8 plus 3 is how it functions. Cool. Anything else, or are we good? Are you guys good?
Yeah, I
Cool.
think we step
You
outside.
can RP the other thing afterwards. So
Yeah.
Aldo and Ashanti, she pulls you to the side. She sits you down while she's checking you out. And make sure that you're there. And she eventually says, "Oh, it looks like he legitimately hurt one of your ribs. You were really wincing when I touched you here.
Yeah.
And this isn't the act?
No.
Are you sure? You're not just trying to make me touch you here?" She says one more time, just watching to see how you react, and it's the same kind of pain reaction. She goes, "Okay. Here, I have something for you." She goes and she reaches to pull out a vial, and then she stops, thinks for a moment. She puts it back and pulls out another one. She says, "Here, take this."
This isn't gonna. Okay.
You drink it?
He'll take it. Yeah.
Roll a d4 for me. Keegan's instant recognition was hilarious. For those of you that were looking away from your screen for a moment, instant recognition. It was really, really funny. You heal 3 points of con damage, but you're only missing 1, so you're
You have 2 extra constitution.
you're back to
permanently?
normal, no problem.
Oh.
Like, we're talking, as you're drinking this thing, you can instantly feel like as it's running down your esophagus, it's mending your bones for you. And you feel right as rain, your health points return, everything's returned. You feel fantastic. As a matter of fact, considering the fact that you are often some amount of drunk or hungover or whatever at all points in time, you also feel all of that clarity. Is that Giselle? Happy birthday, Giselle!
I looked over. I was
She
like,
said
"Wait, I don't
thank
even
you."
see chat."
Only Giselle's welcome on the call. Our one birthday chat.
Like, she was messaging me, was like, "Do you want any cake?" And I was like, "Yeah, just set it to the side." And she brings it up here. I was like, "I literally have nowhere to put it." Like,
Are you complaining about the fact that you were hand-delivered cake by the birthday girl on the birthday girl's birthday?
a little.
I'm just saying, if we're talking about who the real asshole of Lost Initiative is,
Harley, go lay down.
Bill Scott.
It is still Scott.
God damn it. I like that Jake just laughs and like look at him trying to deflect. Anyway, so you feel better than you have in a long time, because it legitimately clears away any lingering effects of poison, which alcohol is, and so on and so on and so on. Does it also clear away diseases too? So does it also cure your alcoholism? No. That's not so easily gotten rid of.
No,
So
not at all.
So you're feeling absolutely fantastic after drinking that. We're talking within seconds. You just feel great. And she's giving you a concerned look to make sure you're feeling okay.
Aldo's eyebrows raised, and he's like, "What was that?"
Worth it.
Thank you. I feel better than I have all week.
She'll smile when you say that. She goes, "Good. I'm glad to hear it. Move over." As like wherever you're sitting on, and she'll sit next to you, and she says, "Listen, what he's dealing with over there, it's kind of a rough situation. Kind of like getting right down to business as opposed to like holding on to it, though you can circle back to it afterwards if you'd like, Jake." So she says, the situation is that person that's selling these ingredients, they don't know what it is that they're doing. They don't know what they're selling, which is like normally fine if you're just selling, I don't know, even illicit materials, who cares? But when you're dealing with magics or representations of, if you mix the wrong things, it can be deadly, not just for the person drinking, but sometimes for the people around them. And they don't know what it is that they're selling, and they're looking to sell things together that probably shouldn't be. So,
Okay.
I mean, the 2 potions you two were looking at were fine, but Mikhail was very correct. mixing the Vanish potion that you were asking for with that potion could be very disastrous. So Mikhail's trying to see if maybe he can talk him down in price so we can buy them off of him. If not, then I really don't think those should stay in his hands, even if they just go to some merchant that is correctly licensed to know what it is that they're doing.
Did you want to steal them? Is that what you're saying?
She gets a little bit embarrassed when you say that. She goes, okay, yes, I did kind of allude to that at first, and I was more than half joking. But to be real, I'm not saying steal them for myself so I can have them or, reverse engineer them or to sell or anything like that. I'm just saying get them out of the hands of an idiot so he doesn't get somebody else hurt.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I mean, if he's carrying around these things, we don't know who his suppliers are that are selling to him. How do we know his suppliers are following the correct recipes and not either A, selling him snake oil, or B, using ingredients themselves that are, well, more unstable?
So is this licensing and all that? Well, that's what matters. It's an Arcane Congress thing?
Yeah, of course.
Well, what if we dressed up as the Arcane Congress, huh?
Well, I don't really need to. I am Arcane Congress. I have my robes from graduation. Don't ask. She says when she realizes she still has her graduation robes literally with her on her person. She says, don't ask. But we're outside of their place of authority. Westwood is miles from where their authority ends. I mean,
Does this guy know that, though?
Well,
I mean, I've seen the Arcane Congress just kind of, strut into places like that in the joint half the time.
She nods agreeingly. Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't we put something we'll put something together. You and, I mean, I don't really understand it, but, could get something together for Mikhail. Maybe he could, confiscate these things, right? That way it would save me, trying to lockpick this door later.
It's very possible, she says, if you, again, even if they just get into the hands of a better merchant, somebody who's correctly licensed so that nobody gets hurt. Not looking to necessarily do anything uncouth here.
I mean, if you have your Arcane Congress robes, I should be able to modify something Mikhail has, and then it's just a matter of whipping up some paperwork, right?
I mean, they are my graduation robes. Not necessarily knowing that he would know the difference, but
if you still fit your graduation robes. Okay.
Nice. She doesn't respond informing you how few of years ago that was because of just the very nature of learning the complexities of these things. She doesn't correct you, but she again, little rosy cheeked when you say that, but she says, well, I don't think you'll notice the difference either way. Got their graduation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, all right, let's get these two and we'll get something together.
Before this plan is fully concocted, there's no chance that there is any actual Arcane Congress people around this town, are there? And she looks around as the sun's setting and sees, the sun's low, so it's getting orange out there, not dark yet, but yeah, you say that, and she's like, yeah, never mind.
All right.
They'll be able to come over
this is as the other two wrapping up. Yeah.
They'll come over, and you guys know that you're going to have to go get your rooms or whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, Koa, despite your best efforts, Ashanti here has fixed me up. So
my best
thank you for
saved your life while you were choking.
Yes, and also nearly killed me at the same time.
Yeah, his ribs were pretty bruised. It was already starting to spread on the skin a little bit.
You're going to join Mikhail and I for some sit-ups moving forward, then it means your abdomen is very weak.
No, Koa, I think you just pressed with all of your weight on his ribs too hard. No amount of muscle will help that.
I disagree. Muscle will help with everything.
Let me show you. He'll take his dagger without unsheathing it and just kind of press on the bony part of the ribs on Koa with the bottom of the hilt. Or not the hilt, the bottom of the handle.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Not any muscle there. Even on you. Just skin and
There
bone.
is. I barely even felt it.
Oh, okay.
Like a
Nobody
tear
believed
welling
him.
in his eye.
Um.
Hold on. Let me see. I can technically fail that. I did not.
Oh, he rolls a nat 20.
I think that beats my 10.
Yeah.
There's a tear welling in Koa's eye, and he's like trying to stern face it.
He just keeps eye contact and just presses just a little bit harder. No, you're right. Maybe you do have muscles there. Then he'll put the dagger away.
That's
But
right.
I don't know
do.
if we have time to develop those on me and Aldo.
Well, we would if we like wipe away his eye. Talk something in my eye. Some more sit-ups then. I agree.
No, but also he'll like to look at Ashanti, kind of point to Aldo, kind of that you talked.
She nods. As an aside, have any of y'all ever learned how to do the Heimlich maneuver for real?
A long
years
time
and years
ago.
And years ago, yeah.
So you know how when you do that class, you do it to somebody else and somebody does it to you?
Mhm.
I never took a class. It was just like through like video learning and practicing on one of those like rubber dudes.
Oh, yeah. Usually we
Those
practice
mannequin
it's
things.
like an instruction class also has either way. It's always crazy how much like it really, if you do it the right way, how much you feel that shit. Like you're like, there was everything in my lungs came out at once. It's crazy. So either way, that's why I thought you were going to do that to show Koa as opposed to the jab and the ribs, and so you went a different route. I thought you were going to show
The
like,
real
team up.
fucked up job is the poor guy who has to stand holding a bucket, hoping you don't puke all over him when it happens.
Wait, what?
The one who stands in front of the guy you're Heimliching, so whenever the thing comes out, it doesn't make a mess. Thy royal Heimlich catcher?
I don't know if
You
this is
guys
a
pour
bit.
up there?
I don't know if this is a bit or an Ohio thing.
You don't have a Heimlich catcher?
This feels like a bit.
This is definitely a bit. I just keep feeling he's going somewhere with it.
Yeah.
I was like waiting. I was waiting for the pun or something to drop, but
Well, with him, you're always waiting.
there it is. Okay. Is it time? No. Okay.
All right, wait.
That was so bad I don't want to continue with my bit.
You're welcome. All right. So, Keegan, you were saying we're more or less making sure that Aldo was caught up in the situation. And so now you can speak more plainly in front of Koa and in front of everybody to see what the plan is, if there is a plan.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't get him to budge. He didn't really even want to listen. I didn't even get to roll till he was already pissed off. So we'll have to do something else to get those potions off his hands.
I also overpaid for this. No show like the moderate healing. But Mikhail told me to.
Right. Well, we were thinking this guy's due for an inspection from the Arcane Congress's Department of what is it? Handling reagents correctly. I don't know.
She chuckles and says the correct.
It's a working name.
Yeah, the correct title.
I assume Mikhail also knows it, but I don't know what it would be called.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking when I was talking to Ashanti. I just wanted to pay for this one down, just so that, well, in the future, if we encounter the guy, he's not going to be, hostile or upset with us. He does produce good wares.
That's true. Drafting a letter to the Arcane Congress should take care of this.
I was thinking something more immediate that leans on Aldo's skill set. Like a disguise as the Arcane Congress and come do an inspection.
I swear
That's
I
what
did
everyone
not say.
thought.
Yeah, I swear I did not say that to him. Aldo came with the same exact plan.
These two are very dangerous.
Just shrugs. Aldo.
Similar. If it's for
Mikhail,
safety.
Do you still have your graduation robes or no?
I mean,
Oh, never
sure,
mind.
not
She
with
says,
me.
realizing that you haven't finished graduating yet.
He says, yeah, sure, not with me. I mean, they're not even. I mean, they're hand-me-downs.
Oh,
Of course, I don't. It like kind of breaks from it. This is even if I did, I wouldn't have brought them here.
no.
My first armor was a hand-me-down. The previous person who wore them unfortunately didn't make it.
Ashanti, why
Well,
do you
we
your
have,
graduation robes?
Yeah. There is one pair of robes, and we can make another one, I guess, look similar. How you feel about graduating early, Mikhail?
Wouldn't that be the dream?
How many
I mean, I
magical-
could do it, but I don't really know what I don't know the lingo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many congressmen usually travel together?
Technically, I'm ahead of schedule. Sorry. It could. I mean, they're rarely alone. So two
Usually two. Not always, but usually
Minimum?
two can be more.
Yeah, like a minimum of two. That's not too out of the ordinary to see.
2 by 2 hands of blue.
All right, so and this is the right thing to do. He looks to Ashanti, exactly, not to you two when he asks this. This is the right course of action to do here.
She says, truth be told, getting them out of the hands of this individual who's carrying around dangerous wares, not aware of what they are, and could potentially put them into the hands of somebody who could purposefully or accidentally hurt themselves and those around them, is the right thing to do. However, where they go, usually the Arcane Congress would confiscate them and either destroy them or analyze, whatever the case may be. I mean, at the end of the day, Koa, we don't know what these potions are made out of and if they themselves are even safe, because whoever's selling them to him is selling them to an unlicensed, vendor. We don't know I would have to test each one of these just to see if they're safe.
I will trust your judgment on this, and I guess you two do what you need to do.
Well, to be clear, though, Koa, where they go afterwards, that's where we're kind of getting into a gray area.
Well, if we don't know what they're made of, we can't exactly just give them to someone else to sell.
Or just use them
You're right,
ourselves.
Koa.
That could also be dangerous, right? What if they make us explode or turn into the Birdman or something?
Well,
That's
lucky we
why-
have an alchemist on hand to study them.
Mikhail just kind of makes a flourishing gesture over at Ashanti.
She
Let's
mumbles
just
to
do-
herself more tasks.
The only other thing is, it'd be kind of a weird coincidence for that to happen right after we warned that could happen.
Everybody looks at Koa shocked at his level of awareness for this.
It absolutely would. Which does complicate things.
Yes, I mean, even I would not be too dense as to notice that coincidence. But I can be dense sometimes, I've heard.
I'm sure they'll sell it. Don't worry.
They certainly will. Honestly, preserving a good working relationship with this person is sadly secondary to making sure they're not carrying around dangerous wares without knowledge and proper training on how to handle them.
It is going to be a tad weird being two traveling Arcane Congress members so close to Paradel, effectively in Paradel, if that's the route that you're trying to take, and neither of them are either gnomish or Perrin. Two human
Okay.
Arcane Congress members.
I can make you guys look parent. I'll just take a little bit longer.
A Perrin will certainly be easier than Gnomish.
We can go for that if you like. I'm sure, you just gotta.
If you're quick
Walk a
enough, we
little
do have those two
differently.
potions of small and eyes.
Yeah. How long do they last?
Few minutes.
I don't think they would be quite that quick.
If you walk in and look small, then you forgot your staff or something, you run back out, take it again. And...
It would sell way easier if one of us was a gnome.
What am I going to do? Walk on my knees?
You and I both know the Arcane Congress can be anything, right? It's just,
Yes.
It's just when you're, this removed, like we're in Paradel. It's not that it's impossible to have two humans, but it's going to come off more official. Besides, if this guy actually is not somebody who's aware of things, you and I both know you can come up to two, if you're far enough east, you can bump into two Karuk, or, of Karuk background, Arcane Congress members. That's not impossible to find. But if you're not from the Arcane Congress, you're going to have preconceived ideas of what that is. And playing into stereotypes would be beneficial for the ruse, wouldn't it?
Okay, Mikhail, you're walking on your knees.
I also agree that maybe giving him makeup of exaggerated gnomish expressions and then drinking a potion to be smaller would be the better idea.
But that won't last that long. And you think this guy will...
We have 3 of them.
She
Seems like a waste.
blinks multiple times as you said that. She's like, do you know what those are worth?
No.
I don't want to use all 3 of them on this.
Well, even if you
Use-
did, one of those false life potions is worth as much as those
A
3,
lot. Yeah.
if not more.
Unless
Okay,
it's made
okay.
of crap and isn't worth anything.
Are you walking around with a king's treasure? Next thing you're going to tell me is you got like 3 dozen powerful potions sitting around, and that's what's been rattling on Nightwing's saddlebags. Nope.
The free luck.
No.
Nightwing?
I
Are
watched
you
that-
even trying?
I watched an episode of Batman not too long ago. Nightstorm? Nightstorm.
Well, when you say it with such confidence, how could I not believe you?
Nightstorm.
How did when did Koa get this horse? What was happening when he encountered his horse?
He lost his virginity.
Okay.
Not with the horse. Despite what our
Okay,
DM
let's
might be
go
implying.
get a room.
The horse's name isn't Bareback, you fucking weirdo. It's Nightstorm.
Not with the horse. Jesus Christ. That's some John Oliver shit right there. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Then I guess we won't tell you. I can use at least one of them.
She
Wait,
says,
Aldo, when's the last time you saw a gnome?
Seen many.
pause for a second in the meta and then back to when was the last time I saw the gnome. I've seen many. In this town, in that tavern, y'all got drunk with him.
Did we?
Yeah, you played the instrument.
The only guy I remember from this town was the bartender that didn't like Koa for no reason.
But remember,
Uh-huh.
because you wanted to play the instrument on the wrong day. Oh, wait, Koa? I don't remember that, but Mikhail was trying to play the instrument on the wrong day.
Yeah, he
and
was
he
kind of
realized-
addicted to Koa for basically no reason. That was the
and then
whole
when he
thing.
realized Mikhail was that good, he was like, never mind, fuck the rules. But
Oh.
what was I saying? The gnome, you got drunk in the tavern here.
I believe you. I don't have like a strong memory of that.
This
This
is
wasn't a
No.
memorable gnome. What can I say?
This is where chat would be lighting you up. Be like, yeah, I remember the gnome. You guys were doing da 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 da.
Oh, I remember getting drunk and stuff. I just don't remember them being a gnome. Like that's like, oh shit, okay, my bad.
Must have been an
I'm sure
illusion.
chat would probably be like, Scott's lost his mind.
The gnome that I remember is what's his name in the color spray.
Oh, there's more than one gnome, Mikhail.
I feel like
Which one?
everyone we
This is Keegan.
encounter is human, and there's been like 3 parents.
There's lots of hobgoblins.
There's been
I
like
do-
4.
Hobbins have been underrepresented. There's only been like 2 hobbins so far, 3, including the dead one. But anyways, back to
But fine. Yeah. All right. I guess I will be the gnome.
she says, good. 'cause
What
I
if we
already
had
said-
Koa also dress up as a gnome?
That would just be for fun. I kind of don't want to use all these potions. Kind of worth a lot, you know. I mean, I guess he could be. We don't have to use a potion on you. You could have just had an experiment go wrong. Had a giant gnome.
I think we're making things complicated.
You're right.
We always do.
Or you walk in as a gnome, and then whenever you feel the effects starting to wear off, you take a drink of an enlarged potion, and that's why you get big.
I was thinking something along those lines. If it comes to that,
I don't know why you would do it, but
Okay, for a moment, Koa, I thought you were saying like when you start to feel the effects wear off, you pretend to take a potion, and then he like runs out the door, and seconds later you run in dressed as the gnome.
That's what I thought he was. That's where I thought he was going.
Well, we could do
She's
that,
like,
but
right?
that would waste the second potion. Whereas if we just pretend to take it enlarged, then it could just be normal size. Then it wouldn't be a big
No,
deal, right?
you dressed as a gnome.
And then Koa would have to take over the conversation as well.
And waste the second potion that you just said was very expensive.
If you can guide him at that point in it with me not there, then
Why not just pretend to take it enlarged?
I was
and then you could be
chuckling at
normal?
a hypothetical.
I don't want to be a gnome.
It might have to be a gnome Koa.
I'm already not as tall as I'd like to be, much less being like half this size.
She takes a step back and looks at you and she says, "Aren't you the tallest one here?" And then, like looks at Aldo. Aldo's actually the shortest
Aldo's
one
like-
here. And then looks at
Well, he's
Mikhail.
not the shortest one here.
I think Mikhail and I are the exact same height.
Mikhail-
We're both
Oh, is-
no,
yeah,
Mikhail's 5'7".
oh, Mikhail's the shortest one. Sorry. Then she
Yeah.
looks
Koa
at
and
Aldo.
Aldo
Looks
are
at
the
Koa.
same,
Looks
same
at Aldo.
height.
Looks
Both
at Koa,
5'10".
and then goes, "Actually, I thought that because of your hair. I think Aldo's taller than you."
Oh, he's older.
Aldo's small.
No, it's your boots. That's what it is, Koa. You were riding boots. You look taller because of your boots and your hair. Oh,
It's pretty much
Aldo
all the
is
boots.
taller.
I'm actually the tallest. It's because I wear flats, so you know.
Everyone looks over it, and you've got like Tom Cruise shoes. Your character is actually a gnome.
He's just been this whole time. He's just been two gnomes.
Yeah, that's a Family Guy bit, right? That Tom Cruise is actually like, 3'5" or some shit.
Probably.
I think so.
All right. Well, let's get a room at the inn here, right? And we'll get to work.
yeah.
I suppose just
Make it
figure
to
out
the
whether
crack
one
at
of
some
us should
point.
be outside with another potion, or whether you have an excuse to get lodge.
I'll just wing it.
You guys go to the inn. There are 3 rooms that are available. You guys are welcome to grab those 3 rooms and divvy up as you see fit. And then we can start kind of going with our plan here.
My plan is to get some more sleep. I slept so nice the other night. I'd like to do that again. I mean, I'd back you up and be there, obviously.
She will try on her old graduation robes that she has, and they do in fact still fit. It was only from a few years ago. And she has the graduation robes, which is a reminder. The way that the Arcane Congress works is your primary school of study is one color, and your secondary school of study is another color. And the way that the colleges work, the universities work, is in the wrong area. Give me 1 second. So it's arcane education. She went to the school of
Hard knocks. Are you ready to rock?
Alduya. Alduya is specifically for
Excuse me? Not right now. You won't.
Do that. Yep. I heard it, and then I saw Wade's face, and I was like, "There's no way he's about to resist the temptation."
Not
of
a
this joke.
chance in hell. This puts Marla in a whole nother category. At the school of Alduya.
It's
Who
literally
made up these names? Scott.
this is literally a copy paste.
She minored in.
of
Fuck
what-
me.
It's literally a copy paste of what I have.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is.
Oh my god! I did not
Alduya.
right in the school that makes the lubricants, huh? That
That's
alchemy,
crazy.
that potion. Anyways, so her major was in like alchemy, potion craft, what have you. Sorry, her major was in alchemy, and her minor was actually not in potion craft. Her minor had to do
BDSM?
with. I'm sorry.
Nothing. Go on.
Her minor is a more along generalist studies, where she actually minored in history, like because she's a
I'm supposed to be BDSM.
not anthropologist. What's the word I'm looking for here?
Archaeologist.
Archaeologist. Thank you. Which
Yeah.
isn't an archaeologist just a subdivision of anthropologist, or is that the other way around?
They are related. I don't know which is the sub of the other one. God damn it! Everything sounds dirty now.
And she learned to be a sub at Alduya.
The alchemy was her dom. Archaeology was her sub. Got it.
Ugh.
Yeah,
They
we're all
could just
switches
be-
here.
They could just be siblings as opposed to one being parent and one child. Anyways, so moving on. Moving on, we have brain's not working. Just skip the beat. Alchemist, archaeologist. So her colors are different than Mikhail typically would encounter or see, and that makes sense. You're familiar with the alchemist coloring there. You're with the other one. You just kind of like when you would see, you'd be like, you probably have no idea what that is. You would knowledge arcana technically be it.
Oh,
Because arcana includes Arcane Congress. Technically, it should be lore Arcane Congress. 17 actually is not high enough to be able to identify what it is, though you're not an idiot. You know conversationally what our studies were, so you can, instead of being like, what is this, you can be like, oh, is that for archaeology? You know, because you do have context clues from relationship as opposed to just your own education, right? Either way, she's able to confirm that. And
if you ask about her major, she'll tell you, I'll do you.
And the funny thing is, your primary colors are like the colors that affect like your robes are usually like one color from like maybe the college that you went to, and then the secondary color of your robes. So if you imagine like literally wearing robes, but if you imagine if any of y'all remember, you know when you're wearing like a tux or like a suit, but usually a tux, there's like the suit material, and then there's like this part that's like where your chest like buttons and unbuttons, but like flares out. What's this called? And it goes up into your collar. It's like if you're wearing like a black suit, sometimes this part is all white.
I have no idea.
You know what I'm talking about?
Called. I know what you're talking about. I don't know
Now
the names of suit parts.
Let's say anatomy of a suit.
I was cool a long time ago, man. I didn't know shit like that.
It's called the lapel.
I did know
you know,
that
that's
is.
where lapel cool. Pin. Yeah, lapel. So it's like your lapel, your any pockets on it, anything like that. Those are what your primary school color is. So your primary education colors, and then tassels are your secondary education. So she's wearing tassels. So the reason why I bring this up is because Mikhail does.
Now I am more familiar with tassels.
Okay. Wade has some fun bedroom activity. So Mikhail, you, because the tassels can be changed more easily, you just literally remove them, put on other tassels. You could change that school if you wanted to, because you're doing a disguise as opposed to a legitimate outfit, right? So, so she could hide the archaeologist part if need be. Anyways, that was a long-winded way of getting to those kind of details. Aldo, when you see this and you're looking at like how the robes are designed, you're gonna have to come up with a color of robes based off the school that Mikhail's character theoretically went to. Let's assume you're trying to do the same kind of fabric as hers, like they both went to the same school, like the potion school. And then I don't know what you would do for like primary, secondary, because it could be things like majored in evocation, minor in like potion craft, that kind of a thing. I'm not sure where you guys want to go with this.
What color are tassels that say "I'll do you"?
He's never gonna leave it alone. There goes Scott.
Well, I just want to make sure that, I mean, if you're going to be looking at potions, it would make sense you'd be wearing those, right?
Yeah, that is true.
So,
yeah,
made sense.
I am wearing the Alduya colors.
I thought that was a smart call. So the primary is probably fine. It's the secondary you'd want to change.
All right. Well, on a slightly related note, apparently I can take 20 on disguise checks.
Oh, shit.
So
just means it takes a lot longer.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
How long does that take?
You need
20 times whatever the normal
you
action
could
is.
say, yeah. You'd say like an hour or two would definitely be way more than enough time.
Okay. That's pretty good for preparing in advance.
Okay, so creating a disguise requires 1d3 times 10 minutes of work. So whatever that result is times 20 would be the take 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a minimum of 200 minutes is what, 3 hours?
Yeah, about 3.5 hours, just under.
3.5, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to survive this evening. I need ice cream.
I still didn't get an answer to the color.
That's not tassels. I'll do ya. I am saying it. I'll do ya. Al, as an Al, like Uncle Al. Alan. I'll do ya. It's,
The do is actually emphasized. It's I'll do ya.
I'll do ya.
Thanks, man. What are the colors?
Is the college. That's the color of the robe, not the tassel. The tassel is your secondary, your minor
Actually, then what
focus.
color is the robe?
There you go. That's the question you want to ask. Because that college happens to be nestled up in Taziendale, it actually is going to be a deep, almost like charcoal green. Like a deep green.
What color are alchemy and potion craft tassels?
So potion crafting is going to be a significantly lighter color of purple. So like we're talking, this is potion, very like lilac is like a good way of thinking, but lighter than that even. And you said potion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, potion's white. Sorry, no, alchemy. Sorry, not potion. Alchemy is white.
Okay, because we were saying that would probably make sense to have alchemies there if they're here to inspect potions. Having that be their focus would make sense. And then just changing their secondary tassels. Whatever.
All right, so apparently I can take 20 on disguise checks, which I wanted to double check.
If you spend long enough to do so.
Yeah. So it's more or less going to be one of those like on the set of a movie where it's set up in the morning for like a few hours while I do this.
Man, what song would Aldo's taking a 20 on disguise check montage be?
Tough one.
Right? Like, because you have to think you're like cutting scenes to him like sewing and clipping and like wiping from, off his forehead, but like it shows his forearm has like a whole bunch of like bobby pins or whatever they're called, like stuck through it or whatever. Then he goes over to like the mannequin doll and he's putting it up there. And at one point in time, he's like yelling at somebody. He's like, ah, because like it's like they got the fabric's wrong or whatever. And then finally he's like, the reveal.
There goes the baker with his tray, like always.
So I was thinking Disney as well, but it was let's get down to, but you went far more ridiculous than I did.
I was thinking it would just be funny that no matter what he's doing, the montage is always to AC/DC Shook Me All Night Long.
Oh.
Regardless of how hype or how mellow it is.
That's just Aldo's montage music, no matter what the montage is.
Yeah.
Aldo has a theme song. I've been thinking about this one.
Oh no!
He definitely has a theme song.
Oh no!
Which none of you would be familiar with, but it's definitely a song called Jimmy Recard.
Okay, that does not ring a bell. Now I have to Google it. Song Jimmy Recard.
Yeah, now I gotta know.
It's by Drapht.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna press play, but that means I have to mute so chat's not gonna be able to hear it. So
I'm sure they'll really appreciate you taking the time to do that right now.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Hold on.
We're gonna be stuck while he listens to it, so I'm also listening to it.
yeah.
Most people
Nice
turn it
one.
off after 3 seconds.
That is not what I expected.
Mhm.
I like the line, women swinging their bras, ladies swinging their bras. I'm sure I read that just how it's saying.
Nothing says
Jimmy.
white boy rapping more than an orchestra around them as they're doing it.
I ain't mad at that.
There goes the baker with her tray, like always.
Okay.
Okay.
I see it. I see it.
I'm
I
gonna
see the
post
vision.
this link, the link to this video, in the description to our video.
You
So
got it.
others
That's
can listen to
Aldo.
it.
You
That's like
can
a
imagine
solid
him walking in,
minute.
and popping his collar. He's not Aldo anymore. He's Jimmy Recard. He's ready for a big night on the town.
Okay, I'm stopping halfway through it. That's ridiculous. Okay,
No, I see the vision. I see the vision.
Yeah.
Without having heard it and just reading the lyrics, it sounds like an interesting song.
Yes, the best way to enjoy rap music is by reading the lyrics. That is the best way.
Oh, I was still reading the lyrics and the tune to the Belle song from Beauty and the Beast.
Oh God. All right. Yeah. So we're all listening to Jimmy Recard while Aldo is making a costume for Mikhail as a gnome.
Yeah.
is the situation, right?
Oh wait, Jake, have you ever seen them live?
No.
Are you lying now?
No.
You tell me you've never purchased tickets to Sydney Opera House?
Well, this engaging conversation.
I don't think I've ever actually been to the Opera House, so no.
Oh, I've had lunch there.
Surprising.
It was beautiful.
Was it?
I had lunch
nice.
there. There's a little restaurant under the side of it on the pier.
There's like a whole bunch of stuff there.
Oh, but that was expensive.
I mean, everything in Australia is like 33% more than it is here because it's like $9 there, $6 here, or something like that. So I paid $9 for a $6 thing, but it's like that's the conversion rate. So I actually don't remember the exact price. All I remember is the seagulls were fucking crazy there. So whenever they serve you your lunch, they have like little metal trays that they serve over it so that your shit doesn't get stolen, which it still does.
Damn.
Wait,
Well,
seagulls or the other ones?
I'm pretty
Ibises or whatever.
I'm pretty
no,
sure
albatross?
seagulls.
No, the bin chickens won't harass you like that.
But it was a very beautiful place. Highly recommend. We went in late October or early November.
I forgot you call them bin chickens. What kind of bird is a bin chicken again?
Bin chicken is the ibis.
It is ibis. Okay, I was not mistaken. Okay,
Okay.
that's funny. Okay, sorry.
Well, just to make sure this goes even more smoothly, I'm gonna give Aldo a bonus.
I don't think you can because it's going to be a long check for him to craft this.
I can. I've done it before
For that kind of extended action.
with it.
How long does it
The
last
spell.
for?
The spell. Toilsome chant is how I do it. I have to spin a spell.
Oh, 1 hour per cash level does apply. Okay. I wasn't sure because I was like, it doesn't have multiple hours to accomplish this, but okay, that's legit. That works. All right.
All right, so it's a 20 plus my bonus then, right? And then you get a minus. What is it? Minus 10 for a different size category.
Well,
no, it won't be.
you
because
doing
he's
the
using
size
potions.
category?
Race?
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's-
it won't be.
Yeah, it's just
Why?
a different race because we're using the potion for the size category, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just look like
Well,
a
the
giant gnome
disguise
outside of that.
check then is like.
Oh, you're giving him a +2, and he's taking a -2, so those neutralize.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's a 20 plus your modifier, right? That's what take a 20 does.
Yeah.
Yes, and he gave you a +2, and you took a -2, so it's exactly that. Yes.
Okay, so then it is a 37.
You have +17.
I have these gloves that give me a +5 on take 20s with that involve my hands.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh my fucking god! I forgot about those gloves.
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get those gloves from again? I know I gave them to you. I'm trying to remember where from.
Oh, that's right. No, we went to a tailor or something, and they're like, "Hey, you ordered this last time," and I was like, "Yes, I did."
Oh my god, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my god. A 37. That's insane.
Yeah.
And that's for his outfit. What do you do for her?
I'm gonna make her look more parent-y.
Okay, do you also spend a
And
couple hours
older.
on her?
I don't need to spend a couple of hours on her, I don't think.
So you wouldn't take a 20. You could either take a 10 or you could roll. He can give you the +2 either way.
Mhm.
Because Because
Yeah,
his
I'm
last
taking
4
this one
hours.
off.
We are going to roll it, I guess.
Okay.
Because we don't really have time to do one.
Okay, you have a plus 2 minus
It's
2,
just
so they
whatever.
neutralize.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I thought you were taking the 20.
No, he did for Keegan, but for her, he got a 20. So Keegan got a 37, she got a 24. And the crazy thing is you actually gave her more legitimacy because she's a 30-year-old human. So making her look the equivalent of a 30-year-old human to Perrin translation, that's like a 50-something-year-old Perrin or however that works out mathematically, right? So it's like an extra 1 to 2 decades of legitimacy to them and how much it took to like learn or practice this or whatever. So, yeah. When we finally have Mikhail with a 37 disguise check come out and you see him after Aldo's masterpiece, I'm sorry, Wade, but even though he rolled a 37, I want to say that it's impressive. That Koa should be impressed. His mind is blown by how accurate that looks. The problem is you've never seen a gnome that's 5'7" before. It looks ridiculous. The proportions are all off. Everything is weird. His eyes are ginormous. They look like the size of your fist. His mouth is huge. He looks ridiculous. Like, he looks silly. It looks absolutely ridiculous. And so it comes out, it literally looks like an alien or some other freak show. Once he drinks the potion and he shrinks, it'll look perfection, right? His own mother wouldn't tell the difference. For whoever it is you're disguising to be. But either way, so I don't know if you, Wade, want to have a reaction to how ridiculous he looks, but I know when she finally sees your thing, she's just like, in the name of the gods, that is a cursed thing.
Well, you never seen a gnome who drank an enlarged person potion before?
No, you look like something out of a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes are
Thanks, Koa.
way too big, and this. No. Yes, but no.
Oh, thanks, Koa. I thought you'd never say so.
It's pretty awful, but like in a way where if you were smaller, it would be great.
Yeah.
I just
Let's
worked
get
out
this done.
something.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, for Aldo to be able to do it, he had to go downstairs and that where that gnome's drinking, they just spike his drink with an enlarged potion. So it's like, okay, this guy just randomly enlarges the thing. He's like, okay, I can do it. Yep. All right, that's what it looks like. All right.
Hey man, can I buy you a drink? I need a still life. What do you mean by that?
Still alive? I still can't do any type of voice at all right now. My throat is not healed yet. Anyways,
I'm really glad that Stitch and Meatwad had a baby.
I'm not. Do what now?
anyways, so back to the game. We you're making your way downtown. As you have these like ridiculous outfits on. Of course, nighttime, right? Like you have this put together. You're doing this in the middle of the night, I assume.
Oh wait, was that same night or did we wait till morning?
Wouldn't we have waited till like morning, right? Wasn't that what we were doing?
Up to you.
I thought don't you want to
Because
catch
it's
him in the
closed.
shop?
Right?
Yeah.
Remember, he closed the shop.
He doesn't have a store. He's a wagon merchant. He's traveling from Paradel up to Hod Glen.
Yeah, but like he was like
Mhm.
packing up when we were leaving. That would have taken hours just now.
Yeah, but you could have done the whole arrive and be like, heard reports. I wasn't sure what angle you were taking.
I thought it was. I didn't know it was a wagon merchant. I thought he had a shop. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? You want to more or less go for it straight away then? Otherwise, this is all wasted time.
Okay, well, because he mentioned that he would be there in the morning, so I guess fuck it. Yeah, let's just do it that night then. If that's not guaranteed, I guess he could have been lying. So
Okay.
great. It's
Do it nighttime. At least then you have the cover of night as needed, because then like Koa and Aldo can hang nearby. You know, Aldo's got his crossbow, so he can. What is it? Headshot no scope or 360 no scope or whatever that old reference was.
Yeah,
I just thought
Getting
of
it
that,
wrong is a lot
you know,
worse
the the gun Homer makes for Marge on The Simpsons and blasts her face with makeup. You guys remember that?
That is vaguely
There's
familiar.
a
Hold
YouTube
on,
channel where a
shit.
guy made a real life version of that. It
No.
did not go well. Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, okay. Fucking double barrel makeup gun.
Aldo's just standing nearby in case Mikhail needs to like a freshen up. Bang! What was that? Magic stuff.
Holy shit. That would be too much.
All right, yeah.
Like, hey, buddy, I think your nose is falling off. Oh, shit. Oh, boom. Anyway, as we were saying.
All right. So you guys are going to go to where he's staying, right? Which is going to be the same inn that you're in. You know what I mean? But that doesn't matter because you're going to slip out, get your disguises on, because there's only one inn in town. Come back and be all authoritative. Koa and Aldo, are you guys going to be like hanging out downstairs in like the hangout area in the middle of the night? Are you just going to be in your own rooms listening and prepared in case you have to act? Are you going to be skullduggerying around? Like, what's your plan?
Koa's going to follow Aldo's lead on this one.
Aldo asks if he can make you look like a gnome.
Koa will not be following Aldo's lead entirely on this one.
I suppose we'll go for I don't know. We'll be close by, I guess.
So outside, not in your room?
Yeah.
Outside the inn in case they have to flee, so you're readily available. Listening as best you can. Are you disguising yourselves at all, or are you just like normally armored and just hanging outside? Don't worry. It's not a city. It's not like there's 100 people walking by that might notice you. It's a very sparsely set town. Hanging outside, it's very possible nobody even sees you out there.
Well, we're in town, so I don't think there's a big issue with us being in town.
Yep.
So I don't think we need to disguise ourselves.
Okay. And because it took a couple hours, obviously you're kind of coming in the middle of the night. Are we shooting for like as quick as possible, meaning like 11 o'clock at night? Or are we shooting for like, I want to go 4 in the morning. I really want to fuck this person over.
Probably as
No,
quick
like
as possible.
Yeah, as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 11 o'clock. Koa and what's her name? Ashanti go walking into the place. Not Koa, wrong.
Oh, have fun.
Mikhail and Ashanti go walking into the place.
I had to finish telling you that story about the deer.
Keegan, obviously you're going to take lead on this one. You go walking into the place, and there's the person that's like, up front, like that's kind of sweeping the floor or whatever it is, taking care of the place as you come walking in. They notice you walk in, the two of you, and they stop to regard you, and they go, "I don't think you got no room yet."
We're assuming I've taken the potion by now, yes? So I don't look like a
Obviously,
walking nightmare.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and now you look fantastic.
No room right this moment. This is actually an impromptu social call. Did we get that merchant's name? Since we've seen him twice now.
Yes. His name is Loda.
All right. The potion merchant, Loda, I believe stays here.
Oh, yes. There's quite a few guests. I was going to tell you we're full up tonight. Ain't no more rooms left. They are all taken. So you'd have to take, unfortunately, space elsewhere unless you want to stay in the common room. That's an option. But you're saying you don't want to stay here. You're looking to do a social call.
Yes. No need for a room, though I appreciate the concern for our well-being for the evening. Loda, which room is that? He seems like an upstairs gent.
If I may ask, the two of you are dressed kind of funny and very similar. You in a cult?
He kind of looks over at Ashanti and like just giving one of those like rich guy laughs.
Wait, want to give us a ha ha? Oh no, it's not. No, I wanted the ha ha. You failed.
No,
That's
because
the fake
what
laugh.
he's wanting to do is real. When you kill a part of my soul, you get the fake laugh.
All right, back to you, Keegan.
Oh, no, not a cult, a congress.
Oh, he says, like looking down at you and realizing you're not just a gnome. You're one of those gnomes. He goes, "You're Del."
Yes, but I assure you, I understand the sentiment. We're not here to cause any kind of trouble, I promise. We just need to talk to Mr. Loda. Should be brief.
Frowns and says, "Yeah, well,
He like holds up a hand and will walk over and put 2 silver down and say, I understand we're interrupting your evening. I should have led with that.
he's like, oh, look at that. A Del a day will pay the way." And he snatches up the 2 silver coin and goes walking off to go find out where this room is.
That's my last 2 silver. So,
She looks to you and says, "You didn't give a name. So they're just going to be based off description."
Yep.
He's
He's not like still there for me to give a name, is he?
Mm-mm.
When she says that, like he's already gone. Okay, yeah.
Do we want to follow after where he went in case anything, or do you think we're fine?
Nah, we'll stay here for now. Just keep an ear out.
A minute and a half passes. They haven't returned yet.
Is there a window?
You mean to the outside?
Yeah. I kind of keep an eye over there just in case I see like, somebody trying to Pink Panther sneak by or something.
Mhm.
But otherwise I'll still wait.
Okay,
You might have
be
been
as patient
sleeping
as
or
possible.
something.
And Wade and Aldo can go ahead and roll perception checks.
What about my character?
No, Koa can't. Just Wade.
I got a 249.
Missed by 1.
I
Sorry.
choose to use a luck.
You can only do that on a D20 roll. I'm sorry.
This is Wade Powers.
Yeah, that's why they failed.
And Koa
16 is
got a
pretty
16.
decent. I don't know if you're happy with it, if you want to luck it. And if Jake doesn't respond in 15 seconds, I will roll for him.
You should have rolled like 50 like a 50 D20 roll instead of a D1000.
Jimmy Recard, we need you.
You're
Jimmy
finding your
Recard.
16. Can you roll?
I tried. I used my best Jake
Oh,
summoning ability.
We both rolled. I was like, wait, I'm confused. He actually did
Yeah,
roll.
his was first.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. He even if I was first on my screen, it actually says mine's first. Oh, on my other screen it says Jake's first. That's funny. So he definitely beat me. It's just mine favors me, right? Anyway, so what was he at? The 23. He notices Aldo hears like a bit of like an argument happening, and it catches his attention enough that he kind of like taps Koa to go check it out. And you look over, and you can see a guy over like by a first floor window has the window open, and he's having like a hushed, but because it's an argument, louder conversation. Of course, Koa notices as well when Aldo brings his attention to it, and Koa can see that there's an argument happening. And after squinting for like several moments, around the 2, he could even see that the person that's over the window that's having the argument is in fact the merchant in question. But Aldo can even hear the conversation. Yeah, and if you go sneaking out the window, where does that leave me? Then you got you brought some of your problems to my door, and then I have to go and tell these people. What if they turn me into a toad? Or worse, bring me to the Dell. Like, no. You're not sneaking out that window. I'll tell them that you left. And he's like, no, you don't do that. I can pay you. Pay me to turn me into a toad? And he goes, they're not going to turn you into a toad. That's not a thing that they do. Really? He seems to know an awful lot about them for somebody that says that you ain't owe them nothing. And, Aldo's listening to this. I don't know if Aldo says or does anything to Koa.
I heard they do turn people into toads.
So you yell from a distance?
Yeah.
God damn it. That's really good. I don't even think he has to roll for that. I think that's just really good.
You imagine having this argument about trying to escape some kind of assailants, and some random drunk guy's like, oh, that guy's right. They're definitely gonna do that.
You guys are, ha.
Happened to my cousin.
And they'll know you're leaving. And then he goes to be leans out so you see in the window and waves in your direction. But then his wave turns into grabbing the window and slamming it shut, or more like grabbing it and slamming it, swinging it shut, slam it shut. And he's like, and you can hear muffled. Aldo can hear and he gestures towards the door for the guy to go and head back. The guy looks very upset, and then quickly goes over and he seems to go through his things and quickly puts a couple stuff in his pockets fast, and then walks over to the door, steadies himself for a minute, and then finally, Mikhail, it's been about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes at this point. God, maybe longer. When you're waiting like this and your nerves are kind of starting to hit you, time really seems to slow down. It's super frustrating. However long it's been that you've been standing there waiting, obviously your potion wore off, and you're waiting until you hear footsteps coming down the hallway before you do. You can go ahead and roll me a perception check. And I'll tell you right out, Vance, it's just a 7.
Oh.
Yep, you crush it. You hear when the door open. What was it? When the door creaks back open again and then shut again. Hi, kitty. I'd say pretty kitty, but I'd be lying.
He's a beautiful cat. He's just an ornery old man who's also disgusting.
So there's that. So you hear the door reopen, which is the thing for Mikhail. Why is the door opening again? And then 2 sets of footsteps coming through, then shutting, and you hear them walking down the hallway. I don't know, Koa and Aldo, do you say or do anything as you see what transpires through the window, and then they're walking out the door? And then I'm going to come back to Mikhail.
I mean, Koa, after Aldo yelled, Koa would have looked to him like, that wise?
Well, he's out of the room now. This window is open.
They shut it, but yeah.
It's unlocked, I assume.
You have to go find out. But even if it's locked, we're talking like a lupin eye latch through a swinging window. That's a pretty easy, a DC 10, 15, whatever it is.
This dude wasn't thinking about locking his thing when he left. He's stressed. He just slammed the window shut because I yelled through it.
That wasn't him. That was the innkeeper that shut it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But either way, we're talking like a DC 10 at worst, 15 open locks, which you have a
if it's even locked.
But if it's even locked, I sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
You reckon we should just leave it to them, or maybe take matters into our own hands?
Could always go take a look, I suppose. I mean, we do want to make sure this is done thoroughly. Ashanti seemed like she was on board with doing this, so you could have other dangerous things, I suppose. Something about this still feels wrong to me, but if he's dangerous, then...
Yeah, man, I don't really know how dangerous he is. I don't really get what they're talking about, but I don't know.
Something about mixing magic is bad, I suppose. I don't know.
I can take a quick look, I think.
Okay, by the time you get...
Yeah.
Because you chat, by the time you get to the window, it's as they're approaching Mikhail to start RP. So we're just going to have you do one thing real quick, and then we're going to cut to him, then we'll come back to you. We'll see how much time you actually have in there. So, you're walking up to the window, you're at the window, checking it out as Mikhail is doing this. Do me a favor real quick, just roll me a disable device check, I'll explain in a second. No problems. So it's not that the window was locked. It's just that the way that the window swings, it swings and it kind of like latches pretty tight inside the actual window frame itself. Not that it's like very well crafted. It's no, you didn't notice because it was slammed shut, but like it's actually very tight in the frame. So it's a matter of actually popping the door open, not but locked, so it kind of is jammed inside of there without like, too much scratching or too much effort. And you recognize this almost immediately. You look at the hinges to see how the weight is poorly distributed, and then you just kind of counter that stress the right way, slip a dagger or whatever and pop it open super fast, nice and easy. We're talking, 3-6 seconds you get this thing open, whereas Koa probably eventually would have gotten frustrated and smashed it and grabbed it and pulled it open, You open up no problem. To climb into it, you don't have to roll acrobatics or anything. You can literally just take 10 fingers from Koa, and he can hoist you through since there's no broken glass or anything to deal with. You step through with the greatest of ease and can start looking around. Make sense?
Yeah.
Last thing with you guys before I go to Mikhail. Does Koa go in as well, or does he stay outside?
No, he's gonna stay outside in case things go south, and he needs to still back them up.
Cool, no problem. Aldo, you will notice that same as your rooms, there is technically a simple lock that is for your room's doors. That simple lock is open with a key from both sides. You don't know if he locked the door with a key when he left because you couldn't see because the door would have been shut. So you don't know if the door opposite you is open or unlocked. But hold that information and we're going to pause on you. Going to Mikhail. Mikhail, obviously, like I said, you heard the door open, which is strange that it reopened as opposed to just having been opened. 2 footsteps come out, or two people's foot, 2 pairs of feet come out. The door shuts, and then they walk back to you. The innkeeper steps out first and says, "Found him," and then goes to get their broom and starts sweeping. Now, sense motive check for me, Mikhail.
Okay. I've taken the second potion now.
Of course. We're talking literally when you were
I'm 2 in.
Yeah. You knew as they were approaching you were going to do this.
Sense motive.
I thought you were going to pretend to take an enlarge and save us the potions.
Okay. So the 25 sense motive, you can tell a few different things. One, there's a degree of stress on this individual. They're clearly trying to disguise it, and they're doing so absolutely poorly, right? So they come out, it's a very practiced calm. You can also tell there's a lot of nerves there. Nerves so much so that you even can pick up that their posture is different than how you see it. Now, granted, somebody on work and somebody off of work can sometimes behave differently. For merchants, maybe less so. No, maybe more so because it's a salesperson, right? But either way, you can see one of their hands is always inside of their pocket. That kind of gives you a bit of a cue right there to be mindful of that. But the last thing is that the innkeep grab their broom and they're making sure that they sweep by nearby. And as you guys are conversing, their strokes of the broom might get a little bit slower or faster as is needed to make sure they can clearly hear the words being said, because they're 1,000% eavesdropping right now. Just hear it.
Okay.
That's what you get coming into this. All right. Back to you, sir. They come walking in. They come walking over. You pick this up. I don't know if you go to speak first or if you let him speak first.
I would. I've already forgotten his name.
Dola.
How to start with an L?
Loda.
Okay. I was like, it was some weird name.
I transposed the L and the D.
L-O-D-A,
More or less.
Loda.
But more or less, Jake had his camera off and I scrambled Aldo.
Yeah. So he comes walking up and I'll just go, Loda, just the man we were wanting to see. A purveyor of potions, I hear. You have the ability to help us mightily in a time of need. You have your wares with you.
Ashadi steps forward and nudges you and says, my apologies for my associate for being incredibly rude. We should introduce ourselves first.
Of course. I'm Sabo Nivlak.
You're not going to gesture and introduce your associate because you're probably way better at lying than she is.
This is councilman, of course, and this is my associate,
Loda.
It's the only name in my head now.
No.
The fucking name Loda is now is stuck in my fucking head.
Oh.
And the only other name I have. Okay,
Oh my god!
goddamn
You
it.
know what you do? You scribble your own name. Lick mail.
Nope, not gonna do that. this is my associate Shakira.
And she just starts dancing.
Loda, Loda, Loda. Where are your potions?
My fucking ranger player got a new animal companion. That's a female wolf, and he named her Shakira because of the song She Wolf. So now now it's in my head. God damn it!
Oh my god. Oh god.
Your potions.
Oh my god.
That's the title right there. Title to the.
Load on.
Where are your potions?
All right, done. Oh wait, what did you say, Jake?
I said, where are your potions? But
Yeah.
Loda, hey.
All right, cool. I like loader. That made me happier. All right, back to the game. So you are, so you come over, you say these things, and he goes, "Oh, pleased to meet you. My name's Loda." It's you said you needed what now?
You sell potions. Likely you didn't bring them all out here just to meet us, but surely you know your inventory. What are your... Let's see, what are your most powerful wares?
Oh, I have us very powerful perfume. It's said to make the knees of anybody you're meeting with quite weak. He says, like, very much grasping at straws. Like, you can see 25 sense motive here. There's definitely sweat on their brow to the point where, like, at one point in time they look like they're trying to scratch like their hairline, but they're definitely with their finger trying to wipe away the sweat that's obviously forming on their brow, as they are clearly caught off. Because again, salesperson probably is decent at working their way around situations, very much caught off guard by what's happening right now because it escalated so quickly. And you guys, at the very least, look very... I mean, you got a parent and a gnome in front of you. You're wearing the Arcane Congress clothes. They clearly know that. Thrown off by your opening. Says, that is it for you and your missus here? They say, once like trying to turn the conversation, even though you said associate.
Associate, and perhaps the use is not so important. But you said perfumes? Are you not a purveyor of potions?
I've many different wares that I sell. Some that you do drink, alchemical of nature. That's certainly true. Things to clear a headache.
We're discussing
or settle a
trade
belly.
secrets. I understand. Perhaps more of a private conversation would be appropriate. But please lead the way.
Yes, I suppose I can. Oh, actually, isn't it after the hours of social calls to such things? He says, looking to the innkeep. The innkeep looks back and says, "There ain't no limits. You can have friends and more all night long." And it looks at him like a little cross, looks back at you and says, I guess private conversation. Do you have, they say as they turn back, some sort of documentation to say you are who you say you are?
I gesture at the robes. Surely you know the significance of these, yes?
She'll step forward and she'll produce a book. And she says, all of the necessary details are here. Of course, feel free to peruse. And she hands him a book. He opens it up. You take a cursory glance, or at least try to. You're really short. And you realize Oh, you know what book that is? That is 100% our alchemy book. She's assuming that he has no idea what it says in there because it's all formulas and this, that, and the other thing. And he opens it up and he flips through a few different pages. At this point in time, why don't you go ahead and roll me a bluff check? And she's definitely giving you a +2. I'd already rolled. She got a 13.
I didn't add the +2.
Okay, so it's an 18
That's
total.
an 18.
Are you
Yeah.
comfortable with that 18? Remember, sense motives and bluffs have bonuses and penalties depending on the likeliness of the lie.
Yeah. Which I know we're pretty well propped up by our disguises and everything. Yeah, well, we'll keep it 18.
Okay.
It's fine.
They look through, they leaf through a couple of pages, and then Mikhail's starting to get a little bit nervous because, like, potions only last for so long. You've been chatting for a bit here. They only last for, it's a first level spell, right? So it only lasts for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And so she, finally, like, as you're like, getting close here, finally they go, well, it does seem to be in order. And they snap the book shut and go to hand it back, which again is just further proof this person has no fucking clue what it is that you're doing. And they turn and they start leading back to the bedroom. And they say, I'll bring you there, but you'll have to excuse me for a moment. The place is a tad messy, and I'd be a little embarrassed if you came in straight away. Just out of courtesy, a moment to straighten the place up. Perception check, Aldo. Are you happy with your 14 to hear him coming down the hallway?
I'll luck it, but I'm not going to be spending a hell of a lot of time in here anyway because there's something specific I want to look for. But I will roll luck for her. 15.
You did, and they get you a 15 total. You are going to hear him coming far enough away that you definitely have time to maybe finish what it is that you're working on, which we'll get back to in a minute, and to try to jump out the window as quickly as possible. Whether or not closing it, we'll get to that stuff afterwards, right? But you definitely are going to be able to hear him coming down the hallway. You heard that line, and you're going to hear Mikhail's retort.
But yeah, he'll say, I mean, we can afford you a moment, but you seem to be in a bit of a rush. I'm certain it's nothing we haven't seen before.
He says, don't be so certain. Just give me the moment.
All right, have your moment. I'll be counting the seconds.
To which you might actually hear Shanti saying, 8, 7, 6, 5, like, you know, to you. And he walks up to the door and he says, seems a tad brash. And then, like, literally looks away as he opens the door and starts walking in as you feel your bones starting to elongate and your gut start to grow out and your chest start to swell.
So yeah, as he's like saying, you know, seems a bit brash, whatever. I've stopped walking since I can obviously see the room he's going to. I was like, you know, I might readjust with another potion here, just so we can speak eye to eye when you come back out.
Ooh, get to that in a second. Cool.
Yeah.
Aldo, when you had popped into that room originally, you know that it was like shortly after he walked out. It was by the time he got to them down at the end of the hallway. They talked for. They're back literally a minute later, so your character effectively has a minute, just under, inside this room. What specifically are you trying to do?
I'm trying to find paperwork. Anything that might have who he got the things off, you know what I mean? Because they said that they're, you know, he's not supposed to have them or whatever. So like an invoice or something of the like, you know what I mean? So I'm going to check if there's a bedside table with a drawer, check that first. If not, like maybe the front part of his pack. I am just being quick as well. So
roll me a perception check for that, as opposed to what you rolled for earlier.
Yeah.
I do miss the separation between search and perception. The problem is in the old days it was search, listen, and spot, which was stupid that they were 3 separate skills. But the difference between investigate and perception is way better than just perception for everything, you know. And that's why I put a skill like that back into 3-point Scott many years ago. But anyway, so perception 21 is a really good roll to start with. Are you happy with that for your like less than a minute check?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you kind of like called it right out. You look for a table, you don't see one. You look for his pack, you don't see it. You quickly look underneath the small bed that he has there. That's where you find the pack that's over there. You fish it out from under the bed, grab the thing, undo the buckle there, flop it open, and there you find, inside like a leather wrap or what have you, the documents that you may be looking for. Are you looking to peruse through these documents here and now to find anything condemning, or are you looking to just grab them, tuck the thing back into the and run?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't have time. This is yeah.
Are you even looking to buckle it back shut, or just literally flap it over, toss it under the bed, and go?
I can make a sleight of hand to try and get it closed, I guess, if you'd like.
You don't need to roll. It's how much time it's taking. That's all.
I probably would try and shut it. If it it's one of those things though. You ever done something? You're doing it, trying to do something quickly. If it's not working, it's not working.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it'll take me time, if he feels like it's taking too much time, he'll just shove it back under.
With your description there, I'll accept the sleight of hands as like the decision on this.
Okay.
Keegan and Wade are having a secret side conversation. They both are giggling.
Oh, here,
really
I'll share it with you, Scott.
18.
I just didn't want to interrupt the RP.
You say that when I go upstairs, my wife's gonna have stepped in poop and pee again. Wait. What? Why?
It's however, wherever. The song about arresting Loda
Oh God.
by Ashanti. I mean Shakira.
Back to the game. With your 18, sleight of the hand, yeah, you can buckle it pretty quickly. You unbuckled it, got the thing, buckled it pretty quickly, slid it back under the bed. You stand up and you look around. You realize you have a couple of moments to continue looking if you want to. We're talking very brief moments. Is there anything else that you would think to look into, or would you just GTFO?
I think he would get out.
Okay.
As much as Jake wants to check like stuff, Aldo would go.
Yep. You go to head out of the place just to make sure that you're safe. And literally, as you get to the window and you're gonna put your foot on the sill and your hand on the edge to jump out, that's where you hear the. I'm sure you can afford me a couple of that thing as they're coming down the hall, the check that you had made earlier. And all right, I've got loads of time, so you can easily step out. And because you have so much time, because you got out so early, you don't even need a roll to shut the window. You can go ahead and literally, it's one of those things. You get the window shut, and you're literally like, Koa, put your hand here and here, just like absorb the reverb. And so he puts his hands in a spot, and you just kind of like, and just like knock the window back shut into the how it was kind of like wedged before.
Yeah.
Because Koa's hands kind of absorb most of the shock of that. And the guy didn't even hear it from outside the door. And then he turns and walks in literally as Mario eats a mushroom and goes bloop, bloop, bloop. And he steps inside. I assume the two of you over by the window are going to like kind of like drop down and I imagine like crouch walk away.
Yeah.
Okay. So the two of you are going to drop down and like go to crouch walk away as and if y'all didn't notice, he never locked the door before. Mikhail didn't hear keys outside. And he walked in without needing to use keys coming back. So that was a factor that luckily didn't matter. Anyway, so he comes over. And the two of you aren't looking through the window. You're looking to GTFO, right?
Koa's ready to not be right there, yeah.
Cool. Y'all can roll me a stealth check, but each of you are going to have a +5 for this. I say y'all, not Mikhail, obviously. But so you have a +5, so that's a 27. Yeah. And is that a 30 or 35?
35.
Jesus fucking Christ, Jake. Oh my God. Okay. So you're 27 and you're 35. You guys are like, you are shadows that meld into reality and appear elsewhere. Right? Like, no problems, you disappear. And so you don't hear or notice as he quickly goes over and grabs one thing, goes over and grabs another thing, rolls into the bed, grabs his bag. Yeah.
When he disappears into the room, Mikhail was going to start talking kind of loudly, like after I've finished my like regrow thing, just in case it influences what he does when he's in there.
Yep.
So I've been playing this kind of aloof for a reason, but he'll say pretty easily at a volume that the guy can hear since he's obviously paranoid right now. Just, I hope we don't have to arrest him. We don't, right? As long as he turns over the contraband. Like saying this to Ashanti.
Roll diplomacy. Oh wait, nope. Sorry, intimidate.
Oh,
That is definitely intimidate. I'm
You're
so sorry.
under arrest. However, wherever.
okay. I was hoping for a bluff, but
She gives you a +2, so of course that's a 15.
it's a 15. Okay.
Yeah. Are you happy with the 15, or you want to lecture or use some other mechanic to assist that?
I kind of want to look at how much we have. Oh, we only have one left. Nah, we'll take a
This
15.
might
I
be
think that's
the
enough for
moment
him.
No?
I think that's enough for him
Okay.
in this situation.
Loda lole lole.
He says, wait, stop distracting. We're trying to focus.
I'm still listening. I'm just giggling.
He says, triggering the ADHD over here. So he, you say that, and he goes, like I said, he slides into the bed. He grabs his bag as you're saying this out loud, and is lying on the floor, pulls the bag out, and then he's going to go to the windowsill. And he's going to try to open it once. Fuck, I rolled a 9. So he tries to open the window, and you guys outside hear a bang. On the inside, for you to hear the bang, you have to beat a DC 11 perception check. But the guys outside, you definitely hear a bang as he's trying to knock the window open. And Mikhail absolutely hears the bang against the window for it to try to open up. Does he react at all, or does he wait to see what happens?
Oh, goodness. Now he's big. Are you all right in there?
There's a second bang. And then finally, for the two of you that have snuck away and looked back, you can see he's kind of frustrated because the window seems to be locked. And he literally stops and tries to fiddle with the window. Realizes that the loop and eye lock that's on the window isn't even latched. He just can't open it. And he's like the name of the god's looking at it. And then Mikhail probably says something else, or do you knock on the door? What do you do behind him?
Yeah, there's a knock at that point.
You guys outside will see.
Probably from higher up than he's expecting from what he saw was a gnome before.
Yeah. So you see it behind the window. He's looking at the window, realizes it's not locked, looks behind him, looks at the window, looks behind him, looks at the window. And then he kind of gets his hand pulled back. He's getting ready to hit the window really hard to open it. And then kind of stops and realizes maybe that's not the best choice. And then turns and goes over to the door and opens it up and goes, ah! Oh.
Eye to eye. As I said.
He looks at you like you're staring at Mimi from Drew Carey show, because and very much like eyes very wide, and he kind of backs a couple steps, more like he's backing away from you, like he sees an assailant coming, and affords you and Ashanti the ability to step into the room. She'll shut the door behind, and he goes, "Yes, happy to assist. I have all documents to show that I'm supposed to have this."
Oh, perfect. Please hold out my hand.
Drops his bag onto the bed and unbuckles it, and then reaches in and then makes a face and looks down and opens the bag and reaches in and goes, "Hey, no, wait. No, where are my documents?" He says, and he looks around. He's like, "No, wait." And he looks at the window. Then he goes over and he crawls underneath the bed, crawls to the bottom of the bed and looks around and goes, "I didn't even remove them from my bag tonight." What? No. And he stands up and he goes over to see if there's any compartment that has anything. No. He's like, "My documents, they're missing. My documents are missing." He says, "Mikhail, you can tell he's being earnest. Shakira cannot." And so Shanti says, "Missing documents? Let me guess. A thief stole them?" He goes, "Probably that's exactly what happened." She crosses her arms and says, "That's highly unlikely. You don't have documents, do you? The reports are right. You are a fraud."
Just a moment, Shakira. Perhaps we could be mistaken. This just may be a bad impression. Let's just deal with the facts, the things we do know. You are missing your documents. This is unfortunate, but that means you can't have certain products. Why don't we inspect them, see what you can keep, and then what you can't, we'll take with us so you're not in any trouble.
I don't have any product on me, he says, technically telling the truth, but you know it's one of those he's technically telling the truths. Like a zone of truth spell would apply and function technically correctly.
Then what were the documents for? And why did you lead us in here when I asked about your potions?
They're stored.
Of course they are. Look, I know the whole thing with the Adir and the Dell and all of this. Just forego that. We're trying to help you. Oh, is it because I've grown? Shakira, does this not suit me?
She looks to you and says, there was a moment of honesty from her. She takes a second to swallow. She has to get back into character, and she says, no, this always suits you very well.
Well, I never. Well, we won't have to deal with it in 20 minutes anyway. But for now, this is what we have. And at least I have longer legs, so if we must follow you to where your wares are, I can keep up.
Yeah. He says, seeming like fully defeated, and then just leaves his bag where it is. You can see he reaches into his pocket again, like he's getting ready to do something.
Is anything for my sense motive, or I gotta roll another one?
You can. That's why I'm giving it to you. You can see he reaches into his pocket, like he's getting ready to take some sort of an action. He's contemplating. He hasn't made the decision, but you can see the tells. Like
a hostile action, or
you don't know. He has something inside of his pockets. He claims he doesn't have any of the product on him, so that means who knows what he has. Maybe because he knows you're referencing potions, but maybe he could have something like a smoke bomb, or who knows.
Okay, then I will just clearly look at where he's reaching into the pocket and also reach into my robe, but also retrieve nothing. Just he reaches, I reach. But and I have giant eyes, so he can definitely see that I'm looking at
my God.
His hand in his pocket.
I just made up my mind of what it is I was going to do, and then you have eyes like a goddamn praying mantis. And so so he's kind of slowly withdraws his hand from his pocket and gives you a forced smile and says, "This way." Sorry about that. I don't know what happened to my documents. I'm truly embarrassed right now. And leads you out of the room.
Okay.
And this time locks it behind him when he goes.
Yeah. We'll follow. Let's just clear up all the rest of this first, and then maybe we can send for new documents for you.
The trek to where you're going is only eventful because you hear a "Ha!" from the innkeep as you walk past them, looking like a disproportionately medium-sized person. But otherwise, he leads you all the way to where he has the wagon. And apparently what he does is not in his wagon, but the wagon itself, the bed, the bottom side of it, he has a compartment there that blends in fairly well. Honestly, Aldo would have found it if he was looking, if he was giving a full wagon search. But if you didn't know to look, or if you were quickly robbing something, you probably wouldn't have noticed it. So he goes under the wagon a bit and opens up a compartment that's built into the bottom down there. And he produces a few crates, small, boxes, crates, whatever you want to call them, that have supplies inside of it. When you open them up, you can see 2 false life potions, 5 cure light wounds potions, 1 cure moderate wounds potion, and 3 other potions.
Okay. So yeah, I'll kind of make a show of looking over them. Specifically the ones that I already know what they are, so that Shakira can go look at the other 3.
Oh, nice. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I like that. Oh, so you don't need to make any checks because you already know. She technically has to roll. Okay. She sits up and says, how strict are we being? She says to you, it's legitimately to Mikhail, but loud enough that he can overhear it, because it also sounds like good cop, bad cop kind of situation. She says to you, how strict are we being?
Well, we don't really want the gentleman to get in any trouble. We should play by the book, fully.
Well, if that's the case, then we know that you don't require a license to sell those. She says, pointing at the 5 Cure Light Wounds potions. The knowledge is common enough around, their craft to keep them relatively safe. We probably should take all but this one, she says, holding it up, if we're leaving that one behind. It bothers me to take so many. It also bothers me to leave some behind. Considering he has no documentation, and looks back to you.
He will, still looking at the others, will passively point at the one she's saying we don't need to take. And which one is that?
It's just to make it so that the weather is more bearable during the worst of the days. He's a man of the road.
I see. That can quite easily be explained. I don't think anyone would fault him for that. Well, Boris, someone like him might. It should be all right. You'll likely need to consume it or something. We can leave him with that one. The others, unfortunately, we do need to confiscate for now.
He frowns and says, "No, wait, no."
No? Are you resisting? After all this?
She stands up and looks at him and says, "Do you understand that if you were caught waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself while under the effects of this potion I'm telling you that you can keep, that if you actually drink one of these other potions I'm telling you can keep, they're the opposing schools of magic being abjuration and conjuration, and that they can have some extremely dangerous effects happening to you? Are you aware of that? Those are not opposing schools of magic. Meaning that all you're trying to do is to travel and keep yourself a little cool on the hottest of summer days, and then trying to survive the wound that's brought to you as somebody tries to rob you, and then all of a sudden you end up warping the child inside the womb of a woman nearby, just because you happen to be a fool carrying the wrong potions." He's like,
"It's as she says."
"What?" She's like, "Perhaps we should take all of them." And she goes, trying to lift up the 5 healing potions. He's like, No. I'll never drink them together. I have my paperwork. If you had paperwork, you would have known. Yeah, as both of you start cutting it at once. Yeah. And he's like, I'll get it updated and get newer versions of it. May have just missed a lesson or something. She looks unamused because she genuinely finds this to be dangerous, but knows that those potions don't interact, so she knows it's safe.
Yeah.
And again, they're weak enough and common enough that it shouldn't be a concern. She puts the crate back down and then looks to Mikhail, or I should say to Snuffle Littlebottom, and to see what his answer was.
He says, "See that you do. We'll abide by the first judgment. We'll take what's necessary, leave the others. And you do have a trade to worry about and the dangerous roads."
Roads.
But he does kind of wag his finger and say, "Though, I must ask, what was in your pocket? Something you thought to withdraw before?"
What? No. He says, standing upright.
"Oh, if I noticed it, someone else could. If it's of no concern, you can keep it, but if it is, it's for your own good."
He slowly pulls out, I'm actually legitimately trying to remember the name myself. It's the
Hand of Vecna.
It's not Universal Solvent, it's the
Sovereign Glue?
Sovereign Glue, thank you. I was like, King's Glue? Is what was it? Sovereign Glue, that's King's Glue. Yeah, he pulls it out and he goes, "It's a powerful adhesive."
Is he supposed to have that?
That's technically not magic.
I
mean, yeah. It's not magic. So it's outside of the Arcane Congress's ruling that you're laying in on outside of our area where you technically can, push the rolls or whatever. Anyways, so he says it's been modified that it spreads on impact.
Oh goodness. Does it work in all other ways like it normally does?
Yes.
So the only way to free oneself would be with a universal solvent.
Thinks for a moment and says, "This thing," and pulls out another vial.
Well, a bit cruel to do to someone, but not within our purview.
She's thinking for like a long, hard moment, and then asks, "Where did you get that?" But you also know technically the longer she stays, the more you're risking anything, you know?
He'll go about like gathering the potions that we're confiscating, and basically like we'll leave that line of questioning only as long as that takes, with like a bit of just kind of lingering.
Not even a minute, yeah.
Yeah. So if he
He's
refuses
dodgy,
or
of
whatever,
course.
then
He's
okay.
dodgy as fuck, of course.
Then he'll get the stuff and say, just in case I can have some documentation perhaps sent to you. Since you did have it, we can have those records checked easily. Where should I have them mailed?
I suppose I should return home. There's no benefit in traveling all the way to Hodgwin now. And he gives you, a place where you can have it delivered to. Last name,
Okay.
location, what it represents, etc., etc.
Okay. It probably doesn't matter anyway. But I ask, and then otherwise we'll bid him a good evening. Like,
Okay.
all right, come on, Shakir. I think we're done here.
He kind of like looks and says, "How long are you going to hold those for while I get my paperwork?"
Well, if you were to have it in hand by, say, the morning, then we could just return them outright. But seeing as we'll also be leaving after that, you'll have to find some other way to make this hold.
All right. You say, like, looking down at the crates, not doing anything. This is kind of like your opportunity to leave.
Yeah.
Load
If
up,
only
away,
he had
away.
at least a license, we could have compensated him for it or something. As he's like walking away.
What is Aldo and Koa doing this whole while?
I don't know. After they leave, I guess Aldo would be like, "All right, well, seems like it worked to an extent. Should we meet them back in the room?"
I guess so. What did you get from there?
Well, I didn't take anything valuable. I was thinking about trying to find that 16 gold you handed over, but figured I wouldn't. But I did get his paperwork, so we can look and see if he has a supplier of sorts that gives him these illegal goods.
Right. I guess we just go wait for Mikhail and Ashanti to return.
Yeah. Well, we can look through this when we get back.
Okay. So you guys wait for them to return. They eventually return. They have with them 2 potions. Mikhail doesn't know what they are. 2 potions. Mikhail does know what they are. And 1 enhanced healing potion.
Okay, get me out of this god's forsaken costume.
He comes around the
I
corner
put it
and it's
on-
like seeing Pennywise come
okay.
around the corner. Ah! Oh.
Hey, Loda.
If you watch the what's it called, the Aquaman movies, it's like that stupid mantis. You know what I mean? Like that giant head.
I didn't watch it. Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Yeah, that dude.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah,
He's
I
like,
guess
"You
he starts
killed my
getting out
dad
of
while he
disguise.
was illegally robbing and murdering people. like for the 100th time of illegally robbing and murdering people. Therefore,
Let's stay to
I
this
hate
plot,
you.
why don't we?
Yeah. What was that?
Let's keep to this plot. huh?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
You're like, go ahead. Let me go back to the thing I was talking about. Yeah, he starts getting out of the getup and whatnot. He's like, okay, yeah, we left him with the cure light. But you got the other stuff. Ashanti, what were those other two?
She goes, they're not weak potions. It's quite the haul, and it makes me curious who the hell he's supposed to sell these things to. She holds one out and says, that's not a potion. That's an oil. It makes your weapon unerringly sharp. Like, deadly sharp.
Keen edge?
Yes. That's what they call it in Parent. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that'd be a good one for Koa. Or me. You know, I use a sword.
She frowns and says, this isn't meant to be to make our own pockets more heavy, Mikhail.
I'm not talking about selling it. I'm talking about using it to, break the curses.
She slowly hands it to you, but she gives you an appraising look. Again, she genuinely was worried about getting these things off the streets, and she's a good person. She's not just here trying to line her own pockets. And then the other one she holds up and she goes, I've never actually seen this one outside of the academy before. Not that it's illegal, just that these are expensive because of how quickly they burn out. Most people would never even want to have it. It's also, using these comes at a cost. If your compound is off, the cost is greater than it would be if it was made correctly. It hastens your metabolism and your body's ability to move so much that you just can run circles around people. But again, it comes at a cost. It could literally remove months, if not years, from your life each time you use it, even though it lasts for less than a minute, if the compound's not perfect. And I don't know who he was buying these from, so if you're going to use this, just make sure you know it's worth it.
Oh, bottoms up.
And then sounds a little familiar. I mean, I know what it is, IRL, but I'll roll for that one. I think we've seen Keen Edge before. That's why I just called that one out.
Yeah, you do. Yep, you're familiar with the spell Haste, and Haste is one of those spells where if you're great at that kind of magic, awesome. But I think it's transmutation.
Mm-hmm.
But if transmutation is not your specialty, or even your minor, and you're casting a spell like that, it could literally shave a year off the tail end of your life by being a part of it, or months or whatever it is. So the idea of this being a potion format, which means it's a mixture of chemicals to make it, and those chemicals themselves can break down over time. You hope this is made the right way and it's fresh.
Well, that would be haste. I know exactly what you're talking about. That is a powerful one. It's an incredible
Especially
effect.
since this isn't 5e. This is Pathfinder haste. It's not 3.5
Okay,
haste.
breaking the fourth
Pathfinder.
wall, Ashanti.
Sorry.
Yeah, it doubles one's pace.
It does a lot. You move
It
quickly.
does a lot.
You think quickly. Everything's quick.
Everything is double time. Everything.
But it comes at a cost.
This one we save for an emergency if at all.
This must have cost, even picking this up at a wholesale price to sell down the line, 120 gold, 150 gold. Who the hell was buying this?
I don't know, but
You got to sell it at a profit.
But he seemed to genuinely be confused about his lack of documentation. I don't think he was lying about that. I don't necessarily believe that his documentation was legit.
This is in front of Aldo and Koa, mind you. So continue.
Yes,
Yep.
yeah.
Continue, Keegan.
I don't necessarily know that it was legitimate, but he did seem to have some, or at least he believed he had some.
Aldo's eating. He's like, oh, yeah. While you were talking to him, I stole those out of his room.
Oh,
What? You mean we could have overstepped our bounds and taken more than we were supposed? Give me those documents. She says, like walking over there, like upset.
What? We could have abused our fake authority? God damn it. Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, hands out documents. Aldo's looking at them as well.
Y'all are welcome to roll your linguistics checks to look these over. Hold on before you do so. Who's running primary?
Oh, Koa, probably not.
Not you. You're not rolling.
I guess I can.
Yeah, you've got the higher check.
I give you a
Okay,
plus
I have
2.
4 ranks.
Go ahead, Aldo, you roll first. Aldo gives you 1 more, so you get a plus 3 total.
We will take that. Apparently needed it.
Is that with the plus 3?
Sadly, yes.
Oh
I
my
did
God.
roll a natural 1.
A natural
Like,
1. Uh-oh, you bruised its ribs. This
Fuck,
is
is that worth a look?
this is a shitty one to roll so low on, too. I feel bad. You got a 13 total, rolling a natural 1. You got 1 luck die in the pool. You can see that in the chat right there, scrolled up.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything else you can use.
Is this worth a hero point reroll? Is it that important?
Oh my God!
only
I
have
keep
1.
forgetting to say this. Oh my God! Oh, and I'm not even joking. 3 times now I've remembered this in the shower and told myself, make an announcement in Discord when you get out of the shower. But then I always get out of the shower, look in the mirror, and go, and then I forget to message on
Okay,
Discord.
quit wasting our life. This feels like we took a haste potion that was made poorly. Just tell us the answer.
As we're playing D&D, Scott is like,
He's like coping before he's even said the thing yet.
I meant to say this 2 sessions ago. I definitely was overdue last session. I am so sorry. You guys beat a whole plot. The fact that it was seasons early is not your fault. That's not your problem. It's my problem. You were all supposed to get a hero point after you killed the imp. The Quasit, and ruined my future plot. That's on not on you. That's on me.
Wasted on me though. I'm already at 2 of 2.
I mean,
Can I just use
I
his,
choose to
his
use the
over?
one I'm getting now on his reroll,
Woo!
you would have gotten it 2 sessions ago.
but I didn't.
Yeah, but we didn't. That
Maybe
was
use it.
also
Maybe
on
use
you.
it for a hint right now. Actually,
What do I need a hint for?
no, I'm fine with you using it now for the reroll. That's on me. I legitimately, I'm not even joking. 3 times I've thought of it, and each time is in the shower, and I'm always
Alright,
like, say something when I get out, and I forget every time.
Look at
Well, this
Aldo
one's not
giving us
from
a hero
Joey.
point.
So right, and one for himself finally also.
Yeah, that was a legitimate. You beat my plot.
That's with the plus 3.
I only
See,
thought
so
of
this
it
one's
because you
not
said
from
the words
Joey,
hero
so-
point. That is not from what, Joey?
Yeah, so it
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
roll
why
a
you
natural
didn't
1
roll
on my
one.
hero
Yeah,
point.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
You could still luck it if you want.
21 solid, but obviously 25 is your next typical threshold if you want to go from there. If you're going the 5ers, obviously, I fiddle with that.
Yeah, it's also Also, it's a one of the possibilities is that this is like a forgery, which means I'm trying to beat someone else's linguistics.
Mhm.
And you can get a ton of bonuses if it's a type of document you've seen before, if you have an exact copy to use, and that kind of thing.
And don't forget, she's with you,
So-
so that gives you that helps because she seems to know this stuff better than Mikhail does.
Yeah,
You should use the luck.
I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, okay, good. I was thinking we should probably let
Nice, fucking
Good
25. So there are many layers to this, and one layer was a forgery, and the DC for that was 24, and you did beat that. So you had a 50-50 on this, and you did beat it. So good job on the reroll, and good job on the forgery check here. Cool. So and by the way, had you rolled just 2 higher on the D20, like an 11, you'd have been so close to. I wonder if you got a 23 if you just would have sat there. And anyways, so a couple layers here. First and foremost, they did have documentation saying that they're allowed to sell these things. Those documents are legitimate, very real documents. hands down, no question, these are real Arcane Congress documents for the purchase and sale of these goods. However, who those documents are for have absolutely been modified. And they didn't have the really cool ink idea that Koa had, or Wade had, sorry, to like peel it away and rewrite in there. Clearly, like that area was, you know how like I can't remember the concept, but like the name of the concept, but like with vellum, because it's so thick you can literally scratch away ink and like write on. It's like that has happened here. It's fine enough. It's done well enough that the only reason why you looked closely at the grain to see it and maybe bust out like a magnifying glass or some shit like that to see the scratching is because the ink was slightly off. The handwriting was slightly off. Aldo is the one that noticed that. And then looking at, through magnification, what's her name? Ashanti shows you a trick where she has this rather viscous, clear fluid inside one of her potion vials, and she rolls it over the document, and it actually allows it to enhance, kind of like a magnifying glass, right? So you can see under there better. It gives, and so you're able to, and that's just like bending of light naturally, not like magic or anything. Allows you to see that this is a modified document. So it's a very real document that was modified at some point in time. Oh, who modified it? Obviously, there's no way that you can know that, right? That's how he's able to get his hands on things, which the good news is that means most likely his suppliers are legitimate, at least most of the time. But considering he himself isn't legitimate, who knows if he only works with legit suppliers? Maybe he doesn't give a shit. So, but that at least gives you more faith in like the more general things that you're coming across here, right? Cool, understood. Moving on.
Yeah.
You also see that he has notes here for the kind of things that he purchases and brings to back and forth or whatever. And you can see that specifically the two potions, the ghost, not ghost, I keep wanting to say ghost touch, the false life potions, the healing potions, like one of the greater healing potions, two of the lesser healing potions, the two false life potions, and the two potions that you just confiscated, haste and keen edge. All of those were from a specific person. And you know that because to ensure that he got those items for them, he was paid a third of the cost in advance on a writ that was sent to him that he has to change in at the bank to get his money for. So a third of the cost of those three potions was what was sent to him to acquire them and get the rest of the money when he goes there. Signed, Graeris.
We can dress up as this guy. I'm just saying.
It's not where I was going, but goddamn you, Jake.
I'm Loda, he's Loda, we're all Loda.
Money, please.
I mean, as Mikhail's laying this kind of thing out, we're coming to this conclusion. Aldo would be like, Graeris. Does it say which one?
You look over it, it does not. The signature does not say at a first initial or anything like that, but it is signed Graeris to have purchased
That makes them all equally guilty.
or equally interested in these potions.
Guilty.
Can their
Okay.
So like their estate effectively can sign for things?
Well,
Rather than
you
just, like, individual?
imagine, yeah.
Keen
Okay.
Edge.
They have
false
their
life,
wealth in a
haste.
trust, and so it's not them, it's just the Graeris trust.
These guys aren't doing it to bring more bread to Hod Gwyn. You don't get Keen Edge and Haste and False Life for that.
Well,
You get
Nope.
that to prepare for a fight.
what if
That's true.
we gave the potions, but they're not the potions they think they are? Is that can you disguise them somehow? If they're not familiar with them, Ashanti, could we be giving them other things?
She says, the average person purchasing a potion has no idea the properties of it. There's a trust. That's why these, that's why you have to have your documentation in order to purchase and sell these things. There's a degree of trust. It's like when you go into a tavern and you purchase an ale, you trust that that's actually ale that's in your mug, right? Same idea, but with more rules because of the dangers around the things you're ingesting.
Right, but if you have somebody who can check it, obviously they'll know it's not. Do we still have that
You have Mikhail.
volumizer?
You saw that what?
We do. Volumizer.
Oh.
Yeah, we still have one. I think.
And
one.
what? So when you use it, it doesn't. How do I put it? You have to use them quickly, right?
Within 24 hours, yeah.
So theoretically, if they had somebody check it or something, it would be a legit potion for 24 hours, and that would be what, worthless?
Volumizers, unfortunately, the combination to kind of like double the volume of the original potion, it breaks down the reagents in each of these, potions. So it duplicates it, but now they both have a very short shelf life.
Right.
Which is a really dumb mechanic.
It's an incredible mechanic to use when you need to use a potion twice, but you only have one of them because they're rare or hard to get your hands on.
No, I like what I said.
I don't know. So these are meant for the great. Want somebody from the Greyrus, and we're looking at what this is. It's got to be Beltran. What to do with this information? We could get a meeting with him, and we could take the sword that way. He thinks he's coming to meet. What was the merchant's name again?
Loda.
Assuming
Yeah.
he would
Say
meet
we
with
got
him.
one of them, but not the other.
Assuming
what I
he meets
mean?
with him personally and doesn't send one of his lieutenants or family members.
I think we're kind of missing a point here. You think that these are for Beltran, the one that you've been going after this whole time? I'm familiar, obviously.
Unless his mother is planning on sharpening a sword and hastening.
My point is, you just took one of the fangs out of a viper. Imagine if he had used that oil on this cursed sword and doubled his metabolism.
Yeah, he'll certainly be a lot less formidable.
If he also drank that potion to enhance his own vitality in advance.
Yeah. Of course, we're also assuming these aren't a redundancy. But
a redundancy? How wealthy is that family that they can have multiple of these? I mean, haste is got to be worth a considerable amount.
They control the bank. So
insanely wealthy. Yeah, they control the banks. They're squeezing a lot of the businesses for a lot more money than they should be paying in taxes.
But
it's absurd.
But there's a couple of things that we can extrapolate this from this though. Let's assume these were for this Beltran, right? Let's assume his intention was to use these in some upcoming fight. Maybe he's planning on finally taking down the Valiant Few himself. I don't know, or maybe some major fight. If that was his intention, one of these is a powerful necromantic potion. The other one is a powerful transmutation potion. That means it's very unlikely, unless again redundancy, it's very unlikely he has on hand illusory or abjurative potions. Because you're not going to have those on your person if you intend to use these. That'd be dangerous. That'd be foolish.
If you're smart enough to know that.
I mean, my assumption is that he has somebody around that's smart enough to know this if he's wealthy enough to afford them. Now, mind you, one is necromantic and one's transmutive. The opposition of those is only one step off of... So the opposite of necromancy is illusion. Illusion touches on the edge of transmutation. Taking these, he likely has some sort of precautionary measures, so he could take them safely. Or, as Koa insinuated, he's an idiot. And you could have just handed him the time bomb. She wouldn't use that phrase. You could have just handed him the effectively poison for him to poison himself.
Or they weren't all for him. Perhaps he was giving them out to his lieutenants.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
The idea that you have, she says, the idea that you have so much in resources that you would purchase things so valuable just to hand them off to those that serve you. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's well and good though, right? We did, like you said, we took one of the fangs from the viper, but we could use this, is what I'm saying. We've been trying to get away to Beltran, and I'm just
Yeah.
thinking if it's possible, we could also use this to lure him out.
I'm
Yeah, if he's
fine with it either way. Sorry, you go ahead.
no, if this is someone he especially often depends on, or he at least even recently has decided to trust with this task, it's possible we could get a meeting, even if it's to discuss future deliveries or anything like that. Even if it's not with him, it's likely with someone he depends on, which would be a lieutenant. I think there's value either way.
Although there also is what happens to Loader if this goes bad. And I only say that because last time I took something, people weren't very happy.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a moral quandary of sorts. Loda, while not deserving of a severe punishment, was helping Beltran and doing things illegally with a forged license. So,
Even if he was unwittingly helping Beltran, let's assume that he doesn't know who Beltran is. It's a forged license, she says, reiterating but putting emphasis on the significance of that.
Yeah.
yes, and that
Just still
seems
very
very,
dangerous.
very bad in the magical world.
In that magical world, she's trying to come together with, like, Scott knows it could be somebody who's like peddling opioids without a license, knowing what it is that they're doing, right? But
Yeah.
she could think of no example to give to Koa about how, and she like looks to Mikhail because he's more communicative than, at least better at this stuff. Like for a metaphor, she got nothing.
Because he's carrying around very dangerous things that can have catastrophic effects when combined without knowing how to navigate that.
Right, I'm saying I agree.
Uh.
This is a bit different because he is in fact guilty of doing something bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Well, it may be a non-issue. He did make it seem pretty clear he's not headed to Hodgwen anymore.
Well, the issue is technically we're the ones likely breaking the law. We just impersonated Arcane Congress officials, which neither of us are. We very much went against our own codes and edicts for that, so that's a problem. And we enforced this ruling in lands that the Arcane Congress technically has no say. I mean, we could also be in trouble from this. I just couldn't
but
not.
if they have
act.
no
The
say,
good
would
thing
they-
about that is nobody knows but us, and if none of us speak about it, then nobody will know.
And who would you be in trouble with if the Arcane Congress has no say here? Technically, they wouldn't be able to be mad at you either, right?
I mean,
they would.
Yeah, they could still. I mean, we impersonated them.
Well, and he was using an illegal license. Technically, both parties were wrong.
Well, he
two
would have had to
wrongs.
go through Paradel as well. So,
At least you didn't do that.
yeah. But like Aldo said, who else is going to know that? I mean, we got dangerous materials off the streets. I don't feel any particular way about having to be a bit seedier to do that.
I think good was ultimately done by removing that and knowing that he shouldn't have had these things. And you left him with the wares he was allowed to have, so that seems overall good.
Yeah. But, I mean, but I'm addressing the question of, what happens to him if this gets out, since he's dealing with Beltran, he's not going to Hodgwen.
But he's no matter what we do at this point, if he doesn't have something that Beltran has either paid for or requested, he's already in trouble, whether we do anything more or not.
Certainly. But I guess what I'm getting at is I don't think we have to necessarily worry about retaliation against him right away. He was saying he was going to head back home, which was whatever town Scott didn't tell me.
We're talking somewhere in Paradel, so it's
Yeah.
like very far from here. It's not a small track.
So he'll be headed back to Paradise.
Are we certain he's going to head there first? Should we try to cut him off to Hodgwen if that's the plan, and assume that he's saying he was speaking honestly there, or truthfully, I should say, as opposed to honestly, or are you fairly confident in our plan should continue to the crack?
I'm fairly confident. Just the way he was saying, there's no point in heading to Hodgwen. He's probably right. And also, if he's dealt with Beltran before, he would know better than to show up without what he's supposed to have.
Didn't he say he did that last time?
Did he?
That's what he said. Show up again without, because you bought the supplies last time. That's what he was saying.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, he wouldn't do that again.
Let's just hope that Beltran's not so spiteful as to go hunting for him.
He might, but
Well, hopefully Beltran's
let's hope he
got
doesn't have the
worse
opportunity.
things coming for him than missing potions.
Yeah, and we don't know what state the city's been in either. It's been a while since we've been there, and I worked almost every night to get it to a point where hopefully something's starting to change.
Hopefully. Oh, but right. So Aldo, you were thinking about how to use this scenario to our advantage. And you were thinking about what?
Possibly.
Maybe impersonating him?
I will be right back while you guys are kind of like scheming.
Oh.
Yeah. I was thinking about either impersonating Loda here and trying to get a meeting with Beltran, in which case, we use that to our advantage and ambush him and take the sword or whatever. Or I was thinking about possibly giving him potions that aren't what he thinks they are. You know what I mean? So that could cause some issues, but it won't work if he's got somebody close that can tell for him. He does have that gem. I don't really know what that person is able to do. But,
Yeah. I think they're more for like bookkeeping and numbers and finances and that kind of stuff, but they tend to have all types of talents.
Well, let's hope as long
Okay.
as we don't mess with them, they won't mess with us.
That tends to be the case. But if we're thinking
But
about
I was
impersonating
thinking as
Loda...
well.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I was thinking once we do get back there, because he's not going to know exactly when Loda would have made it anyway, right? Because, traveling takes time. We should take out the lieutenants. We should do that before we impersonate Loda. Not only would he be more desperate, but who else is there to come meet with us? We do know a lot about them too, where they are, what they do, some of their vices. Getting them out of the way would be good.
There are 4 others, yes?
Yeah. 4 and our friend, whose name I cannot remember. Guard captain, former guard captain,
Orvain.
Orvain, yeah.
Yeah. He needs to be dealt with for his own good. We need to get those things out of him.
We need to hit relatively quickly then, because
We do.
All right. So if we are thinking of impersonating Loda, we probably want to make absolute certain he doesn't show up in Hodgwen then.
yeah.
I was thinking more passively before because, if he decides to go there without what he's supposed to have, then that's up to him. But if we're banking on his absence, we need to be certain.
Mm.
Can easily go up in the morning. I already sort of sowed the seed that we'd come back possibly shopping in morning time, so
Yeah, we can do that. Just check in on the way to the crack.
Maybe buy
Yeah.
some of the regular health potions just to keep things above board. I'm
Yeah,
not
just do
a
that
good
easy.
I might not be the right one to make the purchases. If he starts asking questions, I might I'm not as good at lying.
He can be there and make the purchases. Just, I guess, leave the small talk stuff to us. The probing, I guess.
I can do that. I do feel bad for him in some ways. This is a lot of money we've robbed of him, but at the same time, it not going to Beltran and, well.
I mean, it comes with the territory, right? Look, I used to do things like this all the time. I mean, I still would. You know, you win some, you lose some. That's part of it.
I suppose.
Pretty much. Anytime you deal with illicit goods, there are different kind of losses you can take, and sometimes you're glad it's only a financial one.
Yep. Really glad Beltran didn't get his hands on the potions. That was
Yes.
that was good. Good thing I
Yeah.
got that paperwork too. Doubly.
Were there 4 total lieutenants, including Wint, or 4 more after Wint?
4 more, I
I
believe.
remember Rain,
after Wint.
Davian, and Tazri.
Yeah, Tazra, and then there's Zaref.
The ref.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that one.
The muscle, I think, can be taken on one of his routes. You know what I mean? When he comes to collect, we just need to get a handle on where he could be going, which shouldn't be too hard. And if everything goes correctly, because I vaguely remember, I think he comes with 2 guards or something like that. If Mikhail could sleep him, that'd be almost perfect, right? Deal with the other 2. Maybe if you could sleep all of them, who knows? But
if we're lucky.
I think he's the easiest. Although there's the woman too. We know where she's staying now in Ashtara's. We know the back way in there. She could be able to be dealt with really, really easy as well. It's the other 2. There's the family man who doesn't really like what he's doing, but he's doing it anyway. And then there's the other one, which we don't know a lot about, right?
Yeah, Ranan.
So
I
what
think
order do we
Davian's
approach
the family
this
man.
in? What do we go for first?
I think it's like Aldo says, the muscle, Zaref. I think he'll be the easiest to draw out, the most direct, and the biggest pain in the ass if left to his own devices. Actually gets accurate directions on where to be when.
Yeah, I think we can do 2 pretty close together. I think Ashtara's house, I think we can get in there. We do that in the night, and then come morning, hit the other guy on one of his protection routes.
Mm-hmm. I was like, of all of them, only Davian seems like we might be able to talk them out of all this, but that's gonna take some doing.
Yeah.
Well, we have to assume they've all been close to Beltran long enough to be affected by the sword.
They have. We worked out all of them bar the protection one. What's his name again, Mikhail?
I'm pretty sure Zaref is the
Zaref. Yeah, Zaref doesn't. He's just in it for the love of the
guy.
game.
At least as of a month ago.
Exactly how he put it too.
Right. Well, I guess we make a pit stop by the crack, go to Hot Gwen, and get to work then.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So our plan is to stop by the shop in the morning to the potion dude. And then we're going to go to the crack.
Okay. You guys are de-makeupify. Head back to the inn and go pass out. Get up in the morning and intend to go look for the shop. And when you go over by the shop, you can see that he doesn't have his wagon set up where it usually is.
We look for it.
Yeah.
Roll me a diplomacy to gather information. It's GI check.
Okay. One of you want to aid?
Sure.
Fucking playing strings. We're just gonna take Koa's. He left like while you guys are still getting ready in the morning because y'all obviously stayed up late or whatever. He left relatively early, not like crazy long ago, like maybe an hour ago. Out the south gate, heading back towards Paradal.
Oh, okay.
So he's going all the way around to go north.
Yes.
Clever. Well, damn, I was actually going to buy some normal health potions.
Right?
Yeah.
You could have made 25 gold off me. We'd just walk up and be like, hey, I have this one potion that's worth like 35 or something. I'll give this to you in exchange for your 5/5s. Where'd you get that?
False life potions.
Yeah.
Some guy in robes said he was.
Oh, wait.
Potion dealer.
Did you put the cure moderate on your sheet?
I did.
Okay, cool. I
figured I was usually the one to use them.
Who's getting the other cure moderate?
You assumed correctly. I'll just put it on mine for now.
And who's taking keen edge and who's taking haste?
Oh,
Oof. Yeah.
I mean, if it's for
I think
Beltran, it's probably made well, right?
If I were to make a suggestion, I would not put it on your sheets. I would just leave it in your handout that has all the extra, like the party potions, and then put it on your sheets as needed. Because Koa's, unless you're going to start wearing a proper potion belt. I know you have the 2 potion belt, but unless you have like one of those 6 or 10 potion like bandoliers, if you will, which are not bonus actions, they're standard actions.
You guys see my light just flicker?
I thought I started to turn
Yes.
on, but I must have gotten dark and bright at the same time.
It's not the kind of light that should flicker unless my entire power is going out. So
It was so universal. I assumed it was. Yeah, but your camera didn't misbehave, so I don't know if you have a battery backup for your computer.
Yeah, it's not usually that instant. Anyway, sorry, that was weird.
No good.
Okay, did you?
Oh, I think that is just the horses. Is where we add the stuff that none of us
we
are
also have
carrying.
keep. We have the keep potions.
Yeah.
Thing.
Both of
Oh,
those.
is that what we've been putting it on?
Whichever
Okay.
one. I haven't put it on either one, but if you want to,
I would take it off of the horses,
I'll
leave
throw
it
it
on
on
the
the
keep
keep
one, and
potions.
just rename the keep one.
I'll just I'll throw it on that
So
one.
one more thing happens last night to this morning. When Ashanti actually like sees all the potions, whatever you have, she kind of goes through them and is impressed by the ridiculous number of potions that you have.
Happy birthday, Scott.
Huh?
Happy birthday. That's why we have all these potions.
And she spends time relabeling them because of how poorly labeled they are. Like the fact that the labels are not universally put in the same place or have the universally the same handwriting or font or whatever you want to call it, or written in the same language. It just, to her, it seems stupid. Like, why would you do that? And you have Koa grabbing a potion. He's like, I got the green one. But it's like he definitely got the wrong one than he was supposed to because it was poorly labeled. And then she also takes a few minutes in the morning to like discuss Mikhail with what happens. And there's a moment where she definitely accosts Mikhail for the fact that the potions were not correctly organized and that there was a degree of danger. Like, we're literally out here taking potions off another person because of the fact that we're concerned about them mixing. And you had this only this far away from here. Had you hit too big of a bump in the road, like that kind of a thing. And it really just came down to the original alchemist you took it from had them correctly labeled. But when you guys have empty spots and got other potions, you just kind of like threw them into the empty spots. She's like, those are empty for a reason. Like, you get the idea.
Yeah.
So she just gives him like an organization lesson for the sake of your own not go kaboom.
Okay.
Cool.
We'll take that in stride.
Yeah. I mean, he's a bard. Like, he's not an idiot. He's well trained, but he is no fucking alchemist, potion craft, nothing. Like, so he just knows to be smart, but he doesn't know like the nuance, right? It's like the idea of you know how to swing a hammer, but you're not OSHA certified. Like, anyways, you get the idea. Moving on, you guys are gonna head back to the crack. As a reminder, it's a pretty short journey to the crack. It's only a couple hours. Even taking your roundabout, don't get noticed kind of path to get there. And so you inevitably will arrive at the crack with your wagon and your own stuff, including the 2. I already put them on the camp sheet, but including the 2 luxuries or whatever they're called. when you arrive back there, I know there are a couple conversations you wanted to have. Please inform me the path you want to go, beyond, of course, you will happen to see that you arrive, etc., etc., etc.
I mean, Koa would go see Gwen pretty quick.
Yeah.
Alone?
At first, yeah.
Okay.
Seems like what should happen.
So we'll do that one
Or-
first.
Or do you think it'd be like we all kind of say hi and then leave you alone?
I thought it'd be
So
like
we're not
Koa
like-
goes in, see how she's doing, and then like
Or
Invite you
then
guys
we
in
all
as the
kind of come
visitors.
in.
Yeah.
okay.
So Koa, you go in there to see her. She'll be sitting up in her bed.
Is she still like restrained or anything?
She is confined to her room, and she definitely has a what is it called? Like almost like a hand lock kind of bindings on her hands to make it so she can't make fine movements particularly easily. There's a guard in the room.
Koa will like nod at the guard to like give them a moment.
They turn to leave and they say, "Happy to, but I have to inform Leon."
Then do so.
And they leave. Obviously, they were just giving you a heads up. It wasn't like a warning, you know. But
Yeah.
they leave and shut the door.
How are you?
All things considered,
He just nods and kind of waits to see what she'll say.
I'm not well, Koa.
I'm so sorry I had to leave when I did. And I'm obviously hate the condition in which you've been left. Have there been any more incidents?
Depends on what you mean by incidents.
Anything you feel worthy of sharing, I suppose?
I'm trying to not hold it against you because your straightforwardness, your focus on trying to solve a problem, and your clumsy way of going about it is part of the charm that I noticed originally. But when you are the target of that, when you are the problem to be solved, the charm is lost. Yes, things that are worth noting, but not things that I tell just anybody. I've informed Leon as is necessary. There's like a pause, a heartbeat pause, where Koa's like, "Oh shit, am I not going to be one of the ones?" But she eventually says, "I can feel it. Has the cavern been dropped to slumber? Has my day and night watch been assaulted? No, not so much. But I feel it. In those last waking moments before I sleep, and the first ones after I wake, I can feel it clawing. I feel it when I grow tired in the middle of the day. At my request, Leon has been kind enough to acquire much by way of leaves and beans to help keep me as alert as possible for as long as possible each day. Though really it's just choosing not to sacrifice my mind by sacrificing my sanity, staring at four walls and a guard that has grown weary in conversation. All things considered, Koa.
Ashanti wants to look into trying to help, but believe it or not, for how straightforward I am and how I handle things, this has been one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult things I've ever dealt with in my life. Because I never wanted to hurt you in any way.
Sure, it's
See
been
you.
very trying. And then you can see as she says it, there's like almost immediate remorse from having said it.
He immediately looks like a kicked puppy.
Yeah, like it's one of those, like, you know how like
Oh yeah.
in a fight you say the thing and you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have said
Yeah.
that. Like,
I'm sorry, I did not mean to compare with what you're going through.
she looks away, trying to hide the fact that she's now like welling up and embarrassed, the fact that she said it, because now she hates the situation and now is hating herself. Making you get the idea.
I'm not going to make any more decisions for you. If you want Ashanti's help, she's offered it. But I'm not going... I promised myself, and I'm going to promise you, I'm not going to become your father. And the choices to help you will be yours. But she does want to help. And Mikhail had found some research that he'd passed along to her that may assist. I do have some good news. We have a plan for the curses and a couple of positive developments on the Beltran front. So we are making progress, and we're hoping we can deal with both problems in a semi-close manner and perhaps put a lot of this nastiness behind us. And then I can turn my attention toward being the guard that won't get tired of your company, if you will allow me.
I'm glad things are progressing.
Well, it's not an easy way to put this, but once it's through, you should be able to return back to Hot Gwen. And whatever... I don't really know how to understand even how exactly or what happened, but I know what put this place to sleep was not you. So whatever is clawing whoever, however, the source of power would be gone soon. And I'm sure they can hear and understand what I'm saying. So hopefully that doesn't add any more problems. But will be dealt with soon. And then all of this will hopefully be unnecessary. Whenever I never in a million years would have thought that by bringing you here I was putting you in a position where you'd have to be a prisoner. If after all of this is done you wish to never see me again, I would understand. It is not what I wish, but that choice will also be yours. Ashanti and Mikhail and Aldo, I think, wish to at least say hello. If you'd like to see them. If not, I can tell them no. And if you want me to be here, I will. If you want me to stay away, I will. You don't need to decide now.
Tell Ashanti she has my approval. But I don't need to see her. Not until it's time. And tell Mickey I'll see him soon enough. And tell Dodo that too.
I shall. I'm here for the night. And then we go to Hot Gwen. If you'd like to know what our plan is, I can share that, but
No.
if you'd like.
Probably said too much.
Right. Well. He like does that awkward thing where it looks like he wants to like hug her or whatever else, but he doesn't know if he's welcome to, so he awkwardly like stands up and kind of looks in her direction, like not sure how to say goodbye.
As you're going to leave, she says she holds out her hand like a clenched fist, palm down, holds it out in your direction, and says, I probably shouldn't see you again until you can shift your focus. It makes it harder. You have work to do. And as you like put your hand out, she like opens hers to like put something into yours, and like closes your hand around it so you can't like immediately see what it is. And she says,
I think he knows his eyes well, and probably like a teardrop lands on her hand as she's putting it on in his hand.
She says goodbye, Koa.
Take care of yourself, Gwen.
He turns, he walks out the door. I imagine there's a pause somewhere in there.
Yeah, every step is like it's like 1,000. His leg feels like 1,000 pounds on the way out.
Goku waits.
Yeah.
He steps out, shuts the door behind him. Does he look into his hand, or how does he react outside the door? I imagine his friends aren't immediately there, but there is, unfortunately, a guard that's right there. That when you step out, they'll have to say, "Excuse me," and like quietly and go to step around because they can see your face.
Yeah. Once they go in and close the door, he'll look in his hand.
You can see there's a the knot is still tied, but the thread is broken. As a all too familiar bracelet sits in your hand.
He puts it in his pocket and just stands there for a moment, hoping he's just hoping for her to call out, like, wait, come back, and then thinks about what excuse he could have to go back in, and ultimately decides not to, and he just goes and gives himself a few minutes to compose himself before going back to the others.
So, Aldo, you saw him come out, and obviously you went in to see Gwen afterwards. He didn't recognize it was you. Your disguises are 37 now. So now you can see your girlfriend now that Koa's gone.
Could have been Aldo. Koa would not. I doubt Koa even looked at the guy. He's like, I'm the tough one. I'm not gonna look at this dude while my eyes are swollen and puffy.
Not even dressed as a dude. It's like dressed as like, elven princess.
Dressed as Koa.
Yeah.
Aldo walks in there. He's like, I know you've been hanging out, but don't worry. I swiped this off Ashanti. Gives us some souls.
Oh god. There you go. That'll tide you over.
I'm just kidding.
All right, give me a mage hand. That's right.
Nice.
He's like, Gwen, can you go away? SQ, I'm here.
Nice.
Where's my baby at?
He's dating up.
Who's my little slumber slut? I don't like it.
Oh, no.
Oh god, you said that whole sentence. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's not her
You,
fault she's
you
sleeping
said
around.
those words with your own mouth.
I did. Yeah, but it was funny.
Oh god. All right. So Koa pockets the bracelet. And
This is the one with the green gem, right? This is the.
No.
Oh, what's the bracelet? I'm forgetting the bracelet then. Was it a ring that we put the gem on? Because originally whenever I gave her the gem, I didn't remember if we did a ring or necklace or a bracelet.
I think
I thought
it was
it
a
was
necklace.
I thought it was a necklace.
Okay, so what's the bracelet?
Nobody?
No, nobody.
No.
Uh-oh. It was 3 days ago.
The Shahid
Shahid.
bracelet.
Okay.
I thought she was giving him the ring back for the time, or the gem. back
Oh
for
no,
the
that's a
time.
very different.
it was the
meaning.
forgiveness bracelet thingy. Okay, gotcha.
That's how you and I walked away from that.
Dude,
This is
yeah,
like-
I thought she was like, we shouldn't see each other again for a while, and I was like, okay, maybe we'll start over when it's all done.
Listen
Mm-hmm.
to the ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else out there listening. Communication is key in a relationship. Sometimes when you say
God's
things,
terrible at
other
it.
people don't understand what those things mean. It's important to make sure that they understand what you meant.
None of us, I don't think, picked up on the bracelet. Do
Nope.
you guys think it was the gem as well?
Nope.
I did too, just because I was fixated on that. Oh, that's got to be what it is. I didn't even
Yeah.
think about Shahid or.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yep.
I was
Yeah.
like,
That makes
it
sense.
didn't
though.
even cross my mind. It's like, yeah, she was out there partying, got some bracelets.
That very much changes the end of that conversation. You're out there, you
Yeah,
look
it
down,
does.
you
It
open
really
your
does.
hand, and you see a Shahid bracelet.
Koa would have the same reaction, but different thoughts running through his mind.
Very
Right.
different thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Wow.
Okay.
That is, I don't know if it could be
Wow.
any more different. Like can you
No.
think like
I forgive you versus here's the symbol of our love.
Hey.
Right?
Yeah.
Like-
Hey, go ahead and take that back, friend.
Yeah.
My
Oh.
buddy.
It's like when Aldo, or was it Koa, ran up and hugged Aldo versus like hitting him. Like literally those two parallel universes,
Polar opposites.
right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man. Anyways, wow. Comment in chat if you thought what I was saying, and if you agree with literally everybody else. I suppose somebody just redeemed to insult the DM for whoever you are that agree with the other three. Okay. I said chat, comments. You know what I'm saying? Hit me right here.
Yep. Spotify's gonna understand that what you're talking about there.
Yeah. I mean, Spotify. aren't
They can
people
definitely see
anyways.
you.
Okay,
Pointing.
question.
Like Spotify doesn't even have like ad revenue. It's literally like Spotify is like work with no return. It's just like I put it there because people ask for it, and then I get called terrible names and insulted
Boo-hoo.
on it. And
So,
I'm like,
in-game question here. Would it be frowned upon or seen as a cute gesture to have Mikhail repair the bracelet so he could hang it like from a necklace or around his own wrist? Would it undo the forgiveness to repair something she broke?
that's a funny question.
Mhm.
The concept of Shahid is new to you. I think
Yeah.
what I would do is actually allow you, Wade/Koa, to bring it to Keegan/Mikhail and work through that decision together in RP, right?
Okay.
Because there's a million different ways that this can be interpreted by the individual. So I'll allow Keegan to play Mikhail. So Keegan, you, until we get to that RP, come up with your own thoughts of that your character would have. In the interim, obviously there would be other chatters we have, and your character's kind of like waiting in the wings. That person goes by, and what's his name? Leon would step out and see the two of you kind of like nearby and be like, I was aware that I caught report that you had arrived. Everyone's doing well?
Was that to us or to Koa?
To Leon, to you two, while Koa is
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're doing all right. Just figured our first stop would be to come see Gwen, since given her situation.
Understood. That could be brief, or it could take some time. If it's brief,
How's
it'll
that
need
been,
some
by the
time.
way?
Complicated. I'll be honest with you, Aldo. I have news that I can disclose to you. I'm going to just wait and see what it is that Gwen tells to Koa and he fills you in on before I do so. Rest assured, though, if you have questions after you speak to Koa and you wish to have answers from me, I will give them to you. But I'll leave it through your friend first.
Did she actually
That's
tell Koa any of the
fair.
details?
Just what we RP'd through.
Okay, so he doesn't actually know any specifics of what her spells have been or the things she's had to report.
No.
Okay.
Nothing like that, yeah.
Cool.
But so more or less he's saying, I understand we are all on chain of command and you are owed this information, but let's pay your friend the respect, is more or less what he's saying. And so if you have questions, come to me. He says, since he's otherwise occupied, we're going to have to give him his time before you all officially meet our newest member of leadership. But there are some details that we should probably go over. Some that you may have questions for. Hopefully not. Come.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'll lead you into the office, air quotes, and sit down with you. And say, first and foremost, I just wanted to see that all of you are well, physically, mentally. You're all holding together well enough.
So far, yes.
It's good. And when you come by and you are in this state, it tends to raise the spirits, and by, if not a few more weeks, at least a few more days, which is very positive. So I'm glad to hear that. As for the task at hand, are we progressing well?
How that looks to Mikhail.
Yes and no. Having some things in motion at the moment, and we are making our way to Hodgwen next, but a lot of results are still pending. We're hoping we have a way to get close to Beltran very soon.
I do too. I can smell it in the air. It's the crispness of war at its precipice. I would rather not meet in that morning. I'd rather have things resolved alternatively in between, but things will happen as they do.
How is the preparation going?
You have your finest recruits that are showing incredible promise considering all the situations that we have before us. People that would love to have trained under me in better circumstances. You have your problematic ones, those that are not being handled the way that I would prefer, but giving the scenario, everyone here is a what's what I'm looking for, sorry. Volunteer. Everyone here is a volunteer, and we are very much surviving off morale. So they're not being treated the same way as I would like, but when the time comes that we do need to meet in battle, they'll have auxiliary roles at best. I will not have them in the fray, on the front lines or anywhere that's crucial. Otherwise, we will have incredible losses. And then you have the middlings. Those that will be rank and file, that are very much going to be leaning on our leads, that being my best pupils, myself, yourselves, or whoever else is in the battle. If those around them start to falter, they will fail. If those around them hold true, as will they. Supplies
Is
are
that
better.
about how you expected? Oh.
Yeah, yes, very much so. Supplies are better than I originally anticipated they would be, but that's all thanks to the efforts that you've brought forward. And I heard that you've recently brought in a significant number of candelabras, desks, and finery.
Yes.
Are we robbing nobility now?
Not us, no, but it did need to leave the place it started.
You're being guarded.
Very vague, yes. He thinks for a second. Cleven needed to get out of Leshev.
I didn't hear a report of his arrival, but just Ashanti arrived with you.
He's in Herod with Elliot. A lot of those things he had, and they couldn't stay in his estate. I'm being vague because it's not my story to tell.
Is it going to bring problems to the cave?
Absolutely not.
Very well. There is another important matter at hand. How was your Shahid?
It was great. Aldo says, smiling.
I'm glad to hear that. Were you able to work through anything?
Worked through quite a few.
He actually give a small smile to that one.
Yep. Nothing quite like feeling like you're going to die for about 6 minutes.
Sure, there's a story there, but let me share mine first. Shahid was celebrated here as well, of course. And as is customary for me in my position, I have released some prisoners.
Any specific ones we should know about?
Those of the Chantry.
Okay.
They are
confident.
They are not technically
doing that?
doing anything wrong. Am I confident? I'm confident that it was the right choice. I'm concerned about what could happen afterwards. But
Did you at least blindfold them? Get them out of here?
they were released, but they were done so appropriately. And
That's going to cause a lot of trouble in Hod Gwen, Mikhail. I don't think you'll be welcome there when we return.
I'll find out.
With all the prisoners that we had, I'm sure you can understand why those are the ones I selected.
Yes. Of what we had, yes. All of the Chantry prisoners?
The two.
Both. It's...
They rally to Beltran now.
It was only 3 days ago. It's a roundabout route that probably just getting there today, maybe last night. It was not a direct path, and it was on foot.
And they wouldn't rally to Beltran.
You don't think so? You're holding their leader.
Even still, that he is an issue for what their faith represents. Even you say you call them a cult. You think they're going to turn on those tenets because we're holding their? I could understand if you thought they would turn just specifically against us, but they wouldn't join that enemy.
I don't think the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Not when you're talking about fanatics. But also, they have a level of security where I don't imagine they'd feel the need for that, or that would be helpful. It's also possible that getting the members that we had here released back to them could be a bit of a balm, at least for a time. Especially since it's only been 3 days. We'll get there soon enough. I may be able to smooth things over.
I was hoping you'd return prior to Shahid. Maybe even celebrate it here with those that are here, but you ended up being gone significantly longer than anticipated. The fact that you acquired Ashanti is little strange that you passed through Harrod prior to coming back through here. Typically speaking, when you go east to west, you pass through here first.
We didn't walk. So
We
Leon,
also didn't pass east to west.
yeah, we how would you call it? We jumped. We teleported. But Leon already knows everything.
He thinks for a
I don't
moment.
think he knows. He doesn't know about teleporting because we didn't know about
Not the
that until-
teleporting. He knows about the Elder already.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, the elder,
Yeah.
all that
Yeah,
stuff.
he's
He
like
thinks for a long
already
moment,
in on that.
and then he says,
Yeah.
"My apologies. This word, teleported. I'm not familiar with it."
We went from. He doesn't have a map, right?
Yeah, actually, he probably does.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I just like point at like the two rough areas of the map, Wraithblade and Twisted Grove. Like, went from here to here in what did it take? Maybe 5 minutes
Something like that.
since we dallied a bit. The Elder we talked about, the one who's growing in power as we tackle these keeps. He was able to pull us to the Twisted Grove keep
That's
from Wraithblade.
awe-inspiring and concerning. You
You're
continue to trust this entity?
continue. We rely on him to some degrees. Trust is difficult. I think for Aldo more than the other two of us. Keep in mind, you're, I think, the only person outside of our own group we've told about this.
I know how to keep things close to the trust, Mikhail. Don't you worry about it.
Yes, we continue to have a equivalent level of trust that we had before, which is, I guess, tentative. He's getting very powerful.
To what you can, I would like a full report of this. I understand that you are pressed for time now, especially with the consequences from the celebrations of Shahid. So maybe now is not the best time. Sooner is always better than later, but I'm not going to press you for it now. My suggestion is relax from your travels. Sounds like they were many. And see to your ally. See to your friend. Make sure Koa is well enough. I want him to be able to present his best self to the person who gave up what they were working on to come join us. Hansa's looking forward to meeting the three of you.
Oh, right. Yeah, that'll be good. I'm hoping Koa getting to see Gwen again will do some good. I hope he's not talking to her about the mission. He is.
He says, Koa's a good man, but tact is something he lacks, says Leon as he stands up.
So yeah, he'll stand up and say, so, with things coming along as they are, if there's open combat, are they ready enough?
If I had 2 more years, I could have them ready in these conditions. If I had better conditions, they'd be ready by now. We work with what we have, yesterday, today, as we will tomorrow.
Tim, I need
Yeah,
3
that sounds
months.
like a no.
3 months. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I need 2
Please an answer.
years.
Yeah. It's like, damn, they suck that bad?
If you give a parent a cookie,
Have you read the alternatives to that? It's not just if you
No.
give a mouse a cookie, there's a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
No.
We don't lose or
And
something.
there's like
or
Christmas
whatever.
ones and Easter ones and all that.
Wow.
So, Leon, that sounds like a very soft way of saying no.
I mean, they're ready.
All right. Are they as ready as you thought they'd be when you asked for 3 months?
I answered this question earlier in our meeting. I said that we're better off than we're anticipated would be because you've brought me better supplies. I
Got it.
still think that this is not a good place to be. We are
Okay.
fighting an uphill battle with the winds in our face. Borderline unarmed. Outnumbered. The only thing we have is justice on our side. And so therefore the gods will favor us.
But you're gonna love me.
All right. Okay.
Answer me this, Mikhail. Do you think that Beltran released any of his prisoners to pay, to pay his respects to the martyr during Shahid?
I highly doubt it.
And do you think he is the goddess of battle planning, watching over his battlefields?
I worry for the gods that would watch over his battles.
He takes a slow, steadying breath and says, I'm sure he provides Vroga much entertainment. Koa's not here, so it's safe.
Vroga's my god!
You only talk shit about your god behind your back, you know?
Yeah, Vroga is literally like the opposite of one of his two primary gods. Because he always has a pendant of two gods on him. And Vroga is not one of them.
Okay. I think, Jake, you were about to say something?
Oh, where did Hansa arrive from? Was she from Varen or Strahd?
Varen.
Varen. Okay. There's been no news from Strahd?
There has been the news that was reported, not too long ago. The fires in the fields, the second fight that took place there.
Yeah.
And so on. Is there something
Just hoping
you're
that
looking for?
just hoping Joey found his way back, but doesn't appear so.
Joey, remind me. Jake, I could be forgetting.
The one of
He's
Idris
the
that didn't betray us.
firefighter, yeah.
No.
The only good guy.
I know that, but what was he trying to get for you from Strahd?
He wasn't. He just went to Strahd, and then all that shit happened, and we haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, we tried to figure out where he was, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, he went to Estrad," and then we found out that place has been on fire twice and had Null's attack.
Oh, yeah, he did not come back to you guys, no. But you
Yeah.
can send
We
somebody to
know.
look for him.
Don't have the resources right now. I gotta
Yeah.
hold to hope. He's alright.
Yep. Oh, well, when we finally get to Estrad, we'll get to visit his grave.
We get to a straw and he's like Fire
I don't
Marshal
say that
Bill.
good.
He has no Jim Carrey's Fire Marshal Bill, where he's like, "Let me show you something." You're like just laying on the fires, trying to put them out.
He never uses any water.
No, just his body
all
for
hands.
everything.
Who fights with water?
Well, we should wait till Koa's done then, yeah. Get some rest or
Probably.
something.
Last question, Leon. So if we are able to deal with this Beltran situation without there needing to be like field combat, do you think that'll go over okay? I mean, I know these guys have been training their asses off.
He or she smiles a little bit. It'll play out kind of fun. You'll have those that'll bolster. They were looking forward to the fight. But it's just foolhardiness. Just speaking a big game. Maybe the rare few that legitimately wanted that fight. Those ones, that was their opportunity to get revenge or make peace what happened in the past. Those are the ones you have to be concerned about. There'll be a small number of them, a handful at most, that could become a problem in the future if they're not adequately satisfied.
Okay. As long as it's a small number.
Yes, but I'd rather not have those that are here working their asses off day and night in incredible discomfort, sometimes half-starved, oftentimes overheated and underwatered, to become the villains because they did all of that for some sort of a vengeance that they weren't able to have. Vengeance is not a good way to make decisions, but everybody must find their own way in this world. Those are the ones I'd be concerned about. Unfortunately, however, unless you know something I do not, I expect there will be a battle. Even if you were to cut the head of the snake, it will writhe for some time. He'll have lieutenants in place. He'll have those that have contingencies. You need to prepare for those and not hope that just because you've disarmed him, that it's all over.
Right. I was more just curious. Beltran says chaos, so the results of dealing with him can be unpredictable.
I'm going to counter my question with one for you. Let's say you succeed, whether it be killing Beltran off the battlefield or on it. Either way, the army is dismantled. You stand victorious. But we both know Beltran's not the only problem. There's a whole council of problems. What then do you do next?
Go to Disney World.
It's not a question I need you to answer now, but it's one I'm going to want to know before the morning. He says before that morning. Not the morning, that morning, meaning the morning of the battle.
But then I'll respond with the same thing, but obviously less pressing of just, that soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll just kind of leave it at that.
Cool. You can roll a sense motive, by the way.
I could really just make this a button.
It's a good roll. I assume you're happy with your 23.
Yeah.
You pick up the vibe check on this one. He was asking the question. You can wait to give your answer because your answer very well may change over time. He's not here for conquest. He's here to defend those that are suffering. He's here to overthrow the tyranny, but not the government. He's not here looking for a military coup. Now, knowing him as well as you do, there's ways that you can always try to manipulate that to happen anyways, or maybe things unfold that he wants to do that anyways, or whatever it is, but you know that the answer he'd look for, assuming things play out as all of y'all are kind of anticipating they will, not all of you, but you know what I'm saying, that once a Beltran thing's done, swords go down, words come up, you know?
Yeah.
But that's because he is a very lawful person, so. All right, cool.
Okay.
When you guys go walking out, unless you're going to have any words to each other before Koa, after you guys are walking out for a couple minutes, somebody says, "Hey, did you see Koa? He went over that way not too long ago, and he wasn't looking too good."
Uh-oh.
That was quick.
Thanks. Yeah, it was. All right, thanks for the heads up. We'll go find him.
Yeah, hold up. And they go over, jog down a hallway real quick, come out of a doorway like 15 seconds later, and underhand toss out. Aldo reaches up and kind of like, it's one of those like grabs a bottle that comes his way, and he says, "Supply ran low." What's his name? Supply ran low. Edric had us making our own.
Yeah, okay. Nice.
You guys can go off.
Take the bottle and go find Koa.
Edric's fucking making moonshine now? Is that what's happening?
I think moonshine requires a distillery.
Yes, it does.
And I don't think
that's
that
where
they
the
have...
luxuries went.
I don't think that all of your copper pieces went hammering
I'm
down.
glad that's your answer.
Yeah.
Whenever I fortified this place, which Leon's like, this place can't handle it. It's like we literally fortified the hex, but that's cool.
Yeah.
What that ended up being was a distillery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was worried we were gonna go in the old like alchemy room since like Ashanti and Elliot aren't in there and Gwen's been bedridden. It's just we've just got this fucking horrible contraption just cobbled together in there.
So, yes and no.
Oh, God.
Yes, but for brewing, right? Like for making shitty wine and shitty beer, not for distilling liquor.
Brewing beer, yeah.
Yeah, there's very different temperatures and processes.
Christ. Yeah.
Very different. Anyways, so go on. You guys can go find where Koa kind of went off to, which Wade, you're welcome to set the scene that they're going to come find you in.
Which is like the most empty place? Is it where we first entered the crack way back when with like the pool with the snake room?
Yeah, there's always guards over there, but same as last time, you can always tell them, give me room, please. Like you can send them out of the room.
I think he'll do that. He'll go sit in there and just tell them like take a break. He'll watch.
And you sit there by the pool. oh, no, never mind. Just catches it like Hercules.
Yeah, he's not me. They won't attack him.
Hero to zero, just like that.
Handle animal. It becomes his friend. It's like Cleveland had a toad. I could have a weird water snake.
Well, we did see Phil the Satyr, so
All something.
Anyways, so where were we? You go in there, and where are you sitting? Like, are you like standing next to the well of water, like leaned over, looking into it? Are you sitting on this? Like, where are you? Are you punching a wall?
Probably sitting on like the end of it, staring toward the door where people would like. He would still be like, I did say I'd watch the door, so he'll like be facing that direction, but not really.
So your back is to where these two boys would be coming in, but towards the actual entrance that y'all snuck in forever to the stairwells. Cool. Yeah. So when you guys come walking up, you see Koa. So you hear their footsteps, obviously. You see Koa sitting on the edge of the pool.
He's probably playing with the bracelet in his hands.
Hey, Koa?
Yes.
What you doing, buddy?
He'll hold it up. She forgave me.
Okay,
well, that's good.
Yeah, that sounds good. Your tone suggests there's more to that.
She's been a prisoner here all this time. Locked in a room with a guard, in the room with her. A device set up so she can't cast magic in her sleep. She's a immobilized prisoner who thinks it's best I stay away until Beltran and the curses are dealt with, so I can devote some more attention, I suppose.
She's just mad at you for being gone?
I think it's complicated, Mikhail. She's two people in one. The last time we spoke, I had this entire place turned upside down looking for the culprit of who was stealing her supplies and the ooze, which ended up still just being her. I accused her, and while I was right, I was also mostly wrong. And since then, she's been held hostage and had to face the reality of the fact that not only does she have a disease that's killing her, but she has a second soul in her body who's been doing whatever the slumbering queen has.
Like,
Said
get
any
over
good
there.
time.
It looks like he's like gonna go and kind of sit on the like pool edge, then looks at the water and just kind of takes a couple steps and just stands instead.
He doesn't really look up. He just keeps looking at the bracelet.
Well, yeah,
I don't know that it's a bad thing that she doesn't want to see you right now, though, Koa. I mean, it could make all of what she's doing harder. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
When I opened my hands, I thought it was going to be the gem, the necklace. But I was relieved to see it wasn't.
Oh, like what she gave you?
The one I'd given her. I thought she was giving it back.
Yeah. Oh.
When she said she didn't want me to be around and then put something in my hand. I should have realized whenever I felt that there was no stone, but mind was elsewhere. I do love her, and the thought of her not wanting to see me hurts, whatever the reason.
Did you? So when you went in, did she tell you that right away, or did you get a chance to, I don't know, catch up? And I mean, obviously you've missed each other
Cold
this whole
and
time.
distant.
Oh,
She lashed out with her words a couple of times, and then seemed disinterested in seeing anybody, or me for that matter. She seemed
What?
miserable. But she said Ashanti had her permission to look into helping her, and that she would see, what did she refer to you two as? Mickey and Dodo, when all of this was done.
Interesting.
It wasn't necessarily bad news, but it wasn't pleasant.
To be honest, it's quite
starts
expected.
pacing. It is.
Thinking. Might seem, like she's upset or angry at you, and she probably is to an extent, probably with everybody. With what she's going through and how she feels, and especially when you cut off something that you depend on, you've got all that running through your body as well, right? But
We drank,
take some
laughed, and have a
comfort.
jovial time on Shahid while she was likely chained to a bed by herself.
Yeah. Would you like to chain your best self to a bed every night to be in the same position?
No, I would like to end all of this so that she can be free again.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're
Yeah.
trying to do, aren't we?
Not fast enough, but yes.
Well, I think go as fast as we can go.
Would you
Yeah, I'm
have
not
really
gonna-
felt? Go ahead.
Like, we're not going to stop, smiling. We're not going to stop having a good time or drinking or eating or, living life just because she's going through something. You know what I mean? Hopefully we can succeed and she can come and join us for those things.
I think nothing else can get in the way again. We need to focus and get this done. On top of everything else, how much time does she have left? A couple of months?
I don't know, but
Where are you getting a couple of months from? Where is that time frame come from?
The realization I had when wearing the crown.
yeah, you had an epiphany. You tap the crown.
Yeah.
It's about the
So-
only thing I remember from wearing the crown is remembering that her being, with all the magic she's cast, with Slumbering Queen using her body, with not having the ooze, with her disease.
The ooze was abating the symptoms and the degradation, and she doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, what do we really know? Like, no offense to Koa, right? It'd be the same as for me, but I haven't studied magic. I don't know diseases. So, I mean, I could put something together, but what do I really know? I can think it, right?
Yeah. It's not like a solid thing, but it is a sensible inference to draw. I mean, we know how powerful this stuff is, and that disease supposedly is not only crippling, but very, what's the word? You deteriorate fast, especially if you keep using magic. And that's roughly about all I know of it, but if that's the case, with the kind of power that she displayed when Koa had to face down the Slumbering Queen, it wouldn't surprise me. Not in the least. Hell, even just what we saw briefly during that whole night of Exodus. But we aren't going to unravel that. I'm not going to try. If we're trying to operate on a time frame of we have months, well, we're moving about that fast now. The thing that's bothering me, and I don't know if it's maybe because we're fresh off of dealing with somebody who ended up in a terrible situation because they felt isolated, but we're here right now. And she's here right now. And we don't know how long she has. And we're just gonna not see her? We're supposed to come and deliver hope. We have good news. She's in a bad spot. She's a prisoner. She's saddled with all this misery. And when the person's like that, I get it. They tend to settle into it more, right? Or drag others down to that same miserable place. We're not. We have to help her out of that. And frankly, we need her help. I need those dream catchers. There might be some at the Chantry, but what if they threw them away? What if they're not there? I'll need some made. She knows the design. What if there's particulars to it?
Does she know the design, or does it know the design?
She worked closely with the Chantry as Guinevere, often, for a long time before we were in the picture.
I tried to tell her that we had a plan, and even what the plan was for the curses and such, to give her some hope. She was somewhat dismissive of even hearing it. If you want to try talking to her, I've told you her wishes.
Okay.
He this up for the first time.
Oh.
I truly do not. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I have a bracelet, and I've been told it's better for her to not see me till all this is done.
Okay. I'm going to go try to talk to her. If you get back in the room, if she wants to see you again, Koa, talk to her about how much you've missed her. None of the rest of this shit. If you need that info delivered, tell me. I'll be the person who constantly brings up the annoying bad news stuff. It's okay if she doesn't like me by the end of this. It's not okay if this cloud hangs over your whole thing.
I've had a cloud since I left here, and I think I've made somewhat do, minus the scuffle and rid. But he'll gesture in the direction that she's in, which is obvious because it's the only way you can go from here. It's still in the crack.
He'll turn and head that way.
When you finally get to her room, as you're approaching the room and the guards that's there, you literally, as you're walking up, and God, you realize that, you were up late doing that task, stealing those potions, whatever you were doing, and you slept in, whatever. You slept in a little bit to make up for it, but we made a fairly good time getting here. But God, you definitely feel sluggish. You're not as young as you used to be stepping up. You finally get to the door and find yourself yawning a second time as you approach the door. And before you reach for the handle, you come to the realization that that's the end of the session. And we'll see what happens next week.
Fucking great. Well, nothing will happen next week.
You said next week, right? That's what you just
apparently
said.
Yeah.
Next week.
We are playing next week?
Saturday, so yeah, that means we got to play between now and the following Saturday, which is the 29th.
I don't know what I'm doing the 29th, but I know I'm busy. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm hosting. I have family.
Okay. How's Wednesday the 26th looking?
Very busy.
That won't
So
do.
what are we playing next week?
I guess,
The
Friday the
3rd
21st?
of December is next week.
That's in
That
2
is
weeks,
not
buddy.
next week.
That is not in 2
Yeah.
weeks. 2 weeks is 14 days out.
That is not in a week.
This week
That
is
is
already
not
done.
next week.
This week's already done. See, we're at the
No,
end
it
of the
isn't.
week.
This week's not done.
This week's done.
What is it? What
It's
time
not
is it?
even done on the East Coast, man. It's still Saturday.
Listen. I want to let you know, this video is going live on November 28th.
Yeah,
So
that's then.
next
This
week.
is now.
Next week.
This is some Spaceballs bullshit.
That's right. My balls are full of space.
I know when now will be then, but now is now, and now is not then. Therefore, a week from now is too far out to be the 3rd.
Wait. We're not live. Do you want an outro?
Lola, lole, lole.
Keegan, we're not live. But do you want an outro? Anything crazy happening?
I am live on Tuesdays. So that's cool. Over on twitch.tv/Lost Initiative.
That's not where you are.
That's Wednesdays. Oh no. Clearly I'm tired. No, replace Lost Initiative with unnatural_1s, and then I'll be live. And I might make a PC cry again in a good way.
Try.
That'd be cool.
It's fun. You know what's funny is I get yelled at on Spotify for not posting when we're live, even though we like fucking talk about it every.
There's no way they would know we go live Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern.
It's impossible.
It couldn't
for them to know
possible.
that we go live Wednesday at 8 p.m. Not only has it been 9 years of going live at Wednesdays at. Well, actually, I think it used to be 9 p.m. Eastern, but that changed like fucking 3 years ago. We talk about it every week how we go live at Wednesdays 8 p.m. Listen, I just have to say Spotify are the worst people. I think I'll agree. I mean the company, Wade.
I mean, at least one of them.
I mean the listeners. If you disagree, you
Listen,
go ahead and let me know.
I am not in a position to talk shit about listeners on Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry. What position are you in? Oh, you grab your ankles real well.
I'm wearing the GIMP suit at this point. And the safe word has been long taken away.
If you're wearing the GIMP suit, does that make me butch?
You're definitely not Marcellus, so.
He's not Zed. Zed's dead.
Zed's dead. Can Jake be Zed? Because he doesn't get this reference.
No.
Jake,
God, no.
Jake doesn't get this reference. He can
I'm
be
not
Zed.
nominating anyone on this
No,
call.
no,
as
no,
Zed.
Jake is Zed.
Jesus Christ.
Jake is Zed.
no.
Jake, what reference? Oh, Jake, what movie are we talking about?
I got no idea.
Oh, come on, Jake. Have you ever seen? Hold on, what's it called? Dun, 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 say it. Quentin Tarantino, Uma Thurman, Samuel Jackson.
Are you trying to reference the movie that it's from that you're making fun of Jake for not knowing?
No, I know the movie. Obviously, I'm just blanking on the name. But I fucking know the movie. Obviously,
It's
don't tell me. Hold on. It's right at the tip of my tongue. Yeah, Pulp Fiction. I got it. It's right at the tip of my tongue. It was like right there.
25:17. The path of the righteous man.
So have you ever seen Pulp Fiction, Jake?
was beset on all
I seen it when I was a
sides by-
kid.
Jake.
I don't remember.
Damn.
Jake.
I also saw it as a kid.
There are some movies that are worth rewatching, and there are some movies worth having never seen. This is a rewatchable one.
I will
He's
rewatch
set
it.
on all
100%.
sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of
He's
evil
Googling
men.
it. You stop. All right.
I just looked up that.
Jake
rest
has
of
to
that
go take
quote.
care of his kids. So let's end the call.
Yeah.
Can you, before we go, plug the Patreon that you keep forgetting to do?
I mean, this literally is getting posted to Patreon first. It's Patreon.
Yeah, so the 3 people that are there are going to be very
.com
happy. Can you tell the rest of the people that'll eventually see it?
/ Lost Initiative, I want to say it is. I actually have to check. It's not the Lost Initiative show, is it?
That
You
is
can't even plug your own thing without looking up the.
Well, because Mathis had everything all over the
I don't want to
it's
hear
Lost
excuses
Initiative.
from whatever was 10 years
It's-
ago. You've been in control for
Patreon.com
at least
Lost
half a
Initiative.
decade, man.
Yeah, well, it used to be everything was all over the map. I forgot.
Oh my god.
back in the day.
That's right.
It used to be
I
Lost
can tell you what it
Initiative
was
show,
in
and
2015.
it got me so steamed
Listen,
that I
what
just
does my-
stopped paying
what does
attention
my sweater
to
say?
it.
What does my sweater say?
I'm not reading it.
What does my sweater say? What does it say?
I'm not reading it. I don't know what to tell you.
You can go ahead and you can read that.
Listen, Scott, I can sit here for the next few hours. You
I
gotta go like
I'm the one that's in trouble.
lay
All
on the floor or something.
All right,
And
let's
step and poop.
let's go ahead and. Oh, I clicked the outro button. Will it actually play anything? Because like, I guess it would just give credit to the mods, right?
I don't even know what the fucking outro button is.
Oh, so I have my start screen and my away screen are different. And my away screen actually auto reels when you're live for all subs, gift subs, donations, mods. It gives like a thank you to all them. Yeah.
Mhm.
But anyways, it's not here, so fuck everybody. Bye.